Hello. I'm going to take a little bit of time to make sure that the audio is good because that's the thing that matters the most. Oh. Is this? Whoa, is this loud? Okay, okay, you can hear that. Okay. That's gonna be a little toxic. Alright. Quality should be good. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Hey, Geo, my boy. Perfect timing. Yeah, this is gonna be a nice and powerful video game tier list for the Pokemans, and I'm gonna try and get like a little in depth, like a bit detailed. So expect this to be like not super long, but like pretty long. I'm gonna be going through like each of the games and just talking about them, talk about what I like, don't like, and I'm gonna try and be as objective as I can with like the overall placements, because obviously, you know, these type of things are incredibly biased, right? But because it comes down to who really just likes what. Like, oh, the people like this mechanic, these like Pokemon, these like characters. It's gonna be like it's something that like on paper is very subjective, but people don't like to use objectivity when it comes to this. So with that being said, I'm gonna quickly explain the tiers, and then I'm going to just start. Like I'm just gonna go in. Okay. So starting with I haven't played. Obviously, like if I haven't played it, then I haven't played it. But like I've played pretty much all the mainline games except for Coliseum and XD. Didn't beat. So didn't beat isn't like a oh, I just never played, never finished. I'll come back to it. It's like I didn't beat it because I didn't fucking like it. Yeah. So didn't beat means trash. That shit's garbage. As in, like, I'm not gonna come back to this, like, or it's gonna take me a really long time to finish this game. C tier, I'd say is like it's a maybe skip. I say maybe skip because depending on what you're into, you may like it, you may not like it, but like ultimately, it's a skippable game. You can definitely skip the C tier games. B tier is going to be the really solid experiences. Like anything that's in B tier is like, alright, yo, I played this. This was a fun time. I may come back to it. I may play it again, but I'm not going to pick it back up immediately. I'll probably play it once every like once or twice like a year at best. But it'll probably be picked up. It'll be picked up. So then we have A tier. A tier is the amazing games, obviously. Those games will be the ones that I won't say like define the series, but high key, if you're gonna play a Pokemon game, these are the ones that you're looking at to play. It's like if you want a genuine, solid Pokemon experience, then you're gonna play these. You're gonna jump right in. You'll have a good time. You'll probably come back to it. You'll probably like replay it, or you're gonna put like probably like over 100 hours into it, if not just like replay it. Now then we have the S tier. S tier is, well, there's two S tiers, but like I gotta explain like why there's two S tiers, because like double S, like being the saucy, and like the normal S tier, they kind of represent two different things. So the normal S tier is going to be the Pokemon S tier. Like if you're just looking at this from the perspective of like, hey, I'm playing a Pokemon game, like what is considered to be like the peak, like the fucking top, like hey, if I play this game, if I like this is the Pokemon game that defines the genre, or games that define the genre. This is the shit that when you play it, it's like, dang, this is why this is the highest grossing multimedia franchise in the world. And then we get into the double S tier, or the saucy tier. Saucy tier is a bit more special because with these like tier lists, obviously there's going to be a lot of subjectivity and like very little like objectivity sprinkled in. And so what I'll say about the double S tier is these are the games that if you play these games, hands down, regardless of like where you're coming from in the gaming sphere, as long as like you're not just like strictly a FPS person, or like you just very much prefer like very niche genres of shit. Like if you're a gamer and you're open to trying most, if not all genres, these are the games that are for a video game, just a good time. Like not just by Pokemon standards, but just playing a video game. These are great games. And so the order that I'm gonna go for this tier list, I'm actually gonna go from I'm gonna do like a little like a I don't know how to explain this. Basically, I'm gonna start from the earliest generation, and then I'm gonna go to the most recent. Then I'm gonna go to the second oldest generation, then to the second most recent. So that way I'm kind of like working my way through like old and new at like the same time. So while we get ready, I'm just gonna show that I have a lot of Pokemon games. I have pretty much every mainline game in my possession. At least one version, one copy of each. So this isn't like a oh shit. Dropped my Octopath Traveler Steelbook case, which is fire. Anyway, yeah, so I definitely have a very I wouldn't say good opinion, because like good could be weird. I have like hold on, wait. I'm all over the place right now. Just gonna put these games back. I have a very informed opinion because I've played all these games. I played all these games. Now, some I haven't played as recently as others, but you know that's like whatever. I think that like all in all, I'll have like relatively good takes about the content and like all the good stuff that was implemented, and I'll kind of be talking about these from the perspective of when I played them. So like that will be a little bit of a more like biased like opinion when I'm just like, oh, how did I feel when I played at the times, but just gonna be trying to look at these games as objectively as possible. So let's see, we've been live for how freaking long? Like almost 10 minutes now. All right. So without further ado, we're gonna get started. We're gonna go in with Gen 1. GameStop would give you a whopping $6 for all those games. Yeah. I have not been to a GameStop in a fatty minute. Okay, so first we're going to start off with I'm gonna do red, blue, and yellow at the same in the same go. So I'll do all the Gen 1, then all the Gen 9, or all the Gen 1, then Gen 9, then all the Gen 2, then Gen 8, then etc, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so when it comes to these games, I'm just going to put these right here, since these are going to be the ones we're going to be talking about. When I first played Pokemon, when I first got into Pokemon, I didn't know, I don't think I knew anything about it going in. I'll skip the origin story for right now, but I was like, actually no, I'll give the origin story. Like I may as well for the context. So I was a wee little sprout. I was maybe around 10 years old, and at the time, I believe like I pretty much just played like Mario, and some like Mega Man, as far as like video games. But I never played Pokemon. And so one day, my grandmother, she decided like, hey, you guys, me and my like little bro, we've been like begging for a while, like to get like a handheld or something like that. And she took us to the closest game store to us, and walked in without having us in there. And she apparently asked the clerk, like, hey, so I have two 10-year-old boys. They want a handheld. Like, what would be like the best thing to buy? Like, what would be like good for them? She walks out, like, and obviously she told me this like secondhand, but like she walks out with a small little brown paper bag, and I'm thinking like, damn, like did she go get food? Like I thought we were getting games. So she comes out, she hands us the bag, look inside, and it's one of those translucent Game Boy Colors and a copy of Pokemon Red. And that is how I got into Pokemon. I started the game, booted it up, didn't know anything about what was going on, but you know what? I found out. I messed around and found out. But like, anyway, by the time I got into Pokemon, Generation 1 was already a thing, was already established, and I think they were getting close to, like, maybe, like, what, having Gen 3, or no, Gen 3 was probably out by the time that I played Pokemon for the first time. But anyway, so my first experience with these games were, like, pretty nostalgic, pretty wholesome. I know a lot of people say that by today's standards, like, they're really slow, and they're kind of unplayable, and, like, if you're gonna play, like, Gen 1, just play Fire Red, Leaf Green, or Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But for me, I'm just like, I think that these games have a certain level of charm that makes them replayable, but only if you have a thing for like retro games. Now, the glitches, you know, I don't think any of them were intrusive to the actual experience. So, you know, we can't really use that as like an argument, like or a detriment, like for the games. I'll say, like, as far as like the mechanics go, it was like basic, bland Kanto. Like there wasn't really like anything going on. It was the first games. The designs of the Pokemon were, you know, like they were the originals. Like you can't really give it the harshest of critiques because it was the beginning. It was like the originals, but at the same time, you know, things age. Like you have to be able to acknowledge how things are different. It was also the start of Pokemon. It was like the beginning of all of these formulas, or like of what would be the formula for Pokemon. So you can't really like judge it for all of its shortcomings. We can get into some other stuff when we get into remakes and stuff, but like, you know, for right now, I'll just say that it, like, all the things that it started were like pretty iconic. Like, you start off as a 10-year-old, and like 10, 11-year-old, your best friend, which is blue or green, whichever one you go by, he was like, yo man, I'm tired of playing with you, Red, because like I like Pokemon now. Which it's kind of like how I assume like how the craze was at the time, but instead of everybody being like, oh no, like dropping their friends to play Pokemon, everybody came together. So you get your rival, first rival, the douchebag of the rivals, or like the one who started the trend. You go throughout this like really unique story, and like something I'll say about like Gen 1 is a lot of people don't really give it enough credit for like the style of storytelling that it had. And I think that like the way that it told its story, and just like, even though the story wasn't phenomenal or anything, obviously it's very, very dry and bland, bare bones, it still did something really fun because you had to explore to figure stuff out. You had to find stuff out by playing the game. It's not like a very streamlined game, or like very linear in the sense where they're directing you, they're telling you where to go like all the time. It's like, it's very open, and people don't give it enough credit for like that, like having that like freedom to just, for the most part, do whatever you want. And so when it comes down to the story, which like I'll talk about a little bit, it was actually like not bad. like you start off as like a up and coming trainer. You get the Pokédex. You're trying to go out and like explore, like fill up the pages. Meanwhile, you're getting all the gym badges, and then you slowly find out, like you keep hearing about these what would you call them, like mobsters, like these Pokemon like mob people, like they're degenerates who go around stealing Pokemon, like selling them for money and like mistreating them. It's like, oh man, like what's going on? And then you obviously end up like confronting them, being Team Rocket. And throughout the story, like you go to places like Lavender Town, you get the whole stuff about the Cubone and his mother, and it's a lot. Like I know I've been going pretty ham on Gen 1, but to give like the proper context as to how it started versus where where it goes, like in regards to all the games, I have to really lay down, like this was like my first Pokemon game. Like I started off from the beginning and I played every game in order of release up until Scarlet and Violet. So like and starting at a certain point, I played them on release. With that being said, Gen 1 specifically being okay, I'm gonna do red and blue first. I'd say you can skip it. You wanna know why? Because Pokemon Yellow exists. Now, they're fundamentally the same games. Like they're pretty similar, but it's the fact that you have access to a few more Pokemon in Yellow, being you get all the starters. You get like the iconic Pikachu, just like how Ash did it in the anime, and you have inclusions of like Team Rocket being Jesse and James, or like sorry, the Jesse and James like inclusion, blah blah blah, like that. I think that was pretty cool. They were trying to be more closely related to the anime, so like the people, like after Pokemania kind of started, people were like, oh man, well like here's the anime, like we want to be like more like Ash. So yeah, that like the Pokemon distribution was like a little different. The story was pretty much the same, but and the sprites, art, all that stuff was updated enough, and it was cool. Like it was like the first time that we got Pokemon following us. And if you want to be really niche technical about it, the Pikachu cry was like the first little bit of like voice acting that we got, even though it was just for a Pokemon. Overall experience for Gen 1, like OG Gen 1, I'd say it was solid. I'm not gonna like replay this like often or like multiple times a year. It's nice to play like every once in a while, but yeah, solid experience. I give it a nice B. And let me know like where you guys would put Generation 1, because, or like OG, just straight up Gen 1, because that'd be a pretty interesting thing to know, because a lot of people will either put these like at the lowest tier or like a bit higher. I think this is like a pretty fair take. Like you can maybe skip the OGs. Pikachu, solid experience. Alright. Man. Do we want to go to Scarlet and Violet this early? Like, I know I said that I was going to go from, like, the first to the most recent, then second most. You know what? Okay. I'll do two. I'll do Gen 1 and Gen 2. Then I'll do 8 and 9. But man, well, you said Gen 1, both Gen 1s getting a skip. Okay, well, like I like the glitches. I like the glitches. It's a little nostalgic, but it's more so like I think that it's something that people could play. Like it's like playing it at least one time would be enough. Maybe playing it, you know, after you've played the remakes, you know, you'd probably just have to really like that style, like that old. Oh, sorry. Forgot to turn off notifications. Yes. Okay. There we go. All right. Because I have quite a lot to say about Scarlet and Violet, so I kind of want to hold off on that. Let's see. Gen 2. Okay, so gold, silver, and wait, is Crystal in there? Oh, actually, wait a minute. I should do this before I get like too deep into this, but I have not played. Or okay, well, I technically started Coliseum. Oh yeah, the ring zone. Yes, sir. I technically started Coliseum, but I haven't beaten it. I didn't get particularly far, so I just put that in the. I put that in the didn't beat, but like not like because it's straight up trash garbage. Just I actually didn't beat it. To be fair, I have watched a good amount of content in regards to Pokemon Coliseum, and outside of like the wow factor of it being the first like RPG-esque Pokemon like mainline Pokemon games, it was kind of booty. In the sense that like the Pokemon selection was like pretty trash. Also, because it's majority of it is just Johtomons, and you know for those of you who don't know, Coliseum and XD were made during Gen 3 so that you can help complete the Pokédex. Because there's a lot of Pokemon that you weren't able to get in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Coliseum as well as XD Gale of Darkness were kind of made to help supplement that, so you can get some of the missing Johtomons and some others from like I think Gen 1. But yeah, so yeah, but I haven't played XD, even though I have XD. Let's see, where's that? Yeah, it's like right. Sheesh. That's at the bottom. But yeah, I have XD right here. It's like right here, and I will try and play it at some point. Oh man, my desk is so cluttered. I gotta clean up all this at some point. Wow. Anyway, super unrelated. Yeah. So pretty much they were meant for helping complete the decks, and the animations, like for the Pokemon, like the sprites and models, or like not sprites, but the models, look pretty cool. They had a lot of life. Okay. So yeah, didn't beat, haven't played. All right, now back to this. Wait, am I blind, or is Crystal actually just not in there? Like the third version. Oh no. Okay. I see it. I'm blind. All right. So Gen 2 was my second Pokemon game, specifically Pokemon Gold, and compared to Gen 1, it was quite the fun experience. Like, I know that there's a massive amount of Gen 2 love. Like, there's a bunch of Gen 2 babies. I don't know like what the term would be for like the people obsessed with Gen 2, but as someone who was born in the late 90s, and I grew up playing playing Pokemon from the very first game up until the most recent, going from this like RPG experience to like a sequel-esque was really interesting. So by the time that I beat Pokemon Red, I had like a good idea of how Pokemon was, and by the time that I started playing Gold, I was like, okay, so this is more Pokemon. They introduced a lot of new stuff. Genders. You didn't touch a Pokemon game since Fire Red Leaf Green? Well, wait, you mean like, was that your first game? Or that was the last one that you played outside of like Scarlet and Violet? But, yeah, like, by the time that I played Generation 2, I was able to notice the newer stuff. Even though it wasn't the most game-breaking and game-changing to me at the time, still like them introducing genders to Pokemon, like that was really dope. The breeding mechanic, the breeding feature, like that was super cool. You being able to play as like a female character, like that was dope in and of itself, because like, yo, it's inclusion, but also Chris like looked pretty cool, to be, to be fair, for like the early 90s. Let's see, the expanded gameplay, they added 2 new typings. Now, me at the time when I first played Gold, I had no idea how many Pokemon types there were. Like at that time, I didn't know that there were like 16, like 15, 16 types. They added 3 over the past like couple generations. Yeah, I didn't know there were like 14 types. I didn't know every type of Pokemon. Oh, they were your first. Dang. Oh man. Well, I mean, like, if those were your first, you got in early enough. Yeah, like you basically got in like the newer age of like the originals. So, I mean, that's early enough. That's early enough. What was your favorite Pokemon when you were early into the series? Okay, so I'd say that my favorite Pokemon from Gen 1 may have been Charizard. Yeah, I'd say it was definitely Charizard. Every time I played Pokemon Red, I always played or got Charizard. I never chose Venusaur or Blastoise. Like, I was never one of those dudes. Like, I'm a fire type starter guy. Like up until a certain point, like I pretty much always got the fire types, and I just I don't know, like stuff like Dragonite that I really like and appreciate now. Like, I wasn't able to really utilize. Like, until wait, did I get Dragonite on like my first playthrough? I don't think I did, but I know that when I eventually came back and replayed it, I played with a few different Pokemon, but all in all, I'd say from OG Gen 1 it was Dragonite until I like found out about the Mew glitch. And then I would glitch Mew in, or hack that, like glitch that in. That was always, dude. That was always a team member. Like Charizard, freaking glitched Mew, Pidgeot. I think I would usually catch a Pikachu, but it's like it's so different when you, because like I only played Red like a handful of times, like maybe like 3 or 4, and then like tops. But then when Yellow came out, I just started playing that. It was like, oh, dude, you get all the starters, like, bro. But I'll tell you this: the first time that I played Generation 2, I actually didn't finish it. I played it for a while, and then I think I discovered Pokemon Crystal, where you got like more content. Like I guess like well, yeah, you got like a little bit more content. And I never really understood what like the significance of making Suicune the box art legendary, when like, I mean, it's not like it really affected the story too much. Like, I mean, I know Usain was a thing, but yeah, obviously I'm gonna have to talk about the overall experience. It was like the first like true open Pokemon game, in the sense that you can just go wherever you wanted after a while. And Kanto was kind of the same, but not to the same degree. It was very open, but you still had to figure out certain things to get to certain areas. But when it came to this, like the order that you can tackle the gyms was it was so open-ended. Like as long as you had the resources and the ability to get to certain like cities, you can just fight whoever you want. But the Pokemon selection itself, I honestly didn't really care for that much. Like in Generation 2, I'd say like my favorite Mon had to have been Typhlosion by far. And because in the OGs we didn't have access to stuff like Celebi, like we couldn't really play with the mythical in that game, and the majority of the really good, or like the better Johto Mons were like locked to Kanto. It was kind of dumb, but I also at the time, and I'm trying to explain this in a way where I'm explaining my personal experience and my hindsight after coming back to the generation years later and how I feel about it. So when I played, obviously I'm not gonna know about all those extra mons. I did think that it was kind of weird that there were so many new Pokemon, but in Kanto, when I went back to Kanto, which I didn't even do until I played Pokemon Crystal, because my first playthrough of Gold, I didn't beat because I think I found out that Crystal existed. So I was like, oh, I want to play that one because like it's like the yellow. But I'll say that like Gold and Silver. Let's see. Not gonna lie, you can skip them because Crystal exists. And my thing about Crystal is, despite there being, oh yeah, I forgot to talk about like the overall like types and stuff. So people say like, oh yeah, like Gen 1 was broken, like fucking the speed stat being tied to crits, psychic type Pokemon not having any weaknesses. Dude, as a kid, none of that shit mattered. You just mash the A button, use your strongest mon, and just like try to fight. Like that stuff didn't matter until Generation 2. Because then you're like, oh, so there's a few more types. And these types that were introduced retroactively changed some of the types of the older Pokemon. Back in Red, Blue, Yellow, like I was hitting Magnemite, Magaton with fucking Flamethrower by my Charizard. It wasn't really, it was hitting hard because like Charizard has like a decently high special attack stat, but it wasn't until Gold, Silver that was like, oh, it's super effective. And I was like, wait. So it made me kind of look at the types a little differently. This is going to be so like sporadic, just like me talking about these games, because this isn't supposed to be like a super deep dive into like a retrospective or review of the games. I'm just going to talk about the general things that I care about, and like if at some point I want to make more fleshed out video on each generation, I'll go into more detail, but like this is just like off the top of my head how I feel about the stuff as I go. So it's gonna be like very like it's gonna be thorough to like a degree, but it's not meant for me to like go into every single like hidden fact, lore, detail about every Pokemon game. It's like just what's relevant to me putting these games where I put them. Hey yo, and I don't think anyone was expecting them to even make another Pokemon game after the OGs. But as far as Crystal, the extra story with Suicune and Yucine, I thought it was like pretty interesting. Like it made my playthrough of Crystal noticeably different than Gold, even though it wasn't like the most major of changes. I think these are also the first time, and until like I think of the other game where it may be possible, I think it may be like Sun and Moon. It may actually, yeah, I think this is the first and only time outside of maybe Gen 7 that you're able to get both legendaries, like both box art legendaries in one game, which is so sick because it made it so that, yeah, sure, you can choose a different copy, a different version, but then, you're not limited that much. With the OGs like Red, Blue, and Yellow, like they're like you can get everything. So it didn't even feel like it really mattered too much, like what copy you got. But this is when it also like kind of doubled down on that, like, hey, you can still choose whatever copy. But back to Crystal. So Crystal, I'd say, as a gamer, if I'm looking at it from the perspective of a Pokemon player, it's gonna be at least B tier. It's gonna be at least B tier. Would I say it's amazing? You could make a case. Anyway, let me arrange these. So I may have to put Crystal. See, look, OG Crystal, like it was kind of fun. Like your mom, like stealing all your money. Like, oh yeah, I almost forgot the introduction of shinies. So I never realized that red Gyarados was a freaking shiny, and it was always gonna be a team member. Like, oh, like it's a different colored Gyarados. Like, it's really cool, but I never realized it was a shiny until like years later, which is kind of wild. So it like this game introducing shinies, pretty fire. And when I say this game, I mean this generation. Like Generation 2 introducing shinies is pretty cool, and I almost like that they didn't really explain it to you in game. It's just kind of like, oh, here's a new thing, and there'll be like certain like I think there was like certain fan like not fan art, but like there was some type of promotional art or something that kind of showcased shinies like the Black Charizard and whatnot. But still, good games, and it's kind of crazy that like this Gen 2 music is playing right now. But yeah, let's see. I may like change stuff a little bit later as I go, and I already know that this is gonna be a freaking long boy. All right, so we have Gen 9, Generation 9. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a stack. Oh, the Crystal Onyx? The Crystal Onyx was an anime exclusive thing, and it's so toxic that they did not make that an actual thing in the games, because that would have been so cool, or at least like in Gold, Silver, Crystal. I don't know, like I feel like they maybe reference something like that in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong, but I feel like that was mentioned somewhere. I don't know. I didn't beat that game. Spoiler: I didn't beat Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But yeah, Crystal Onyx would have been like an amazing shiny, or at least like an alternate like I wouldn't say form, but like kinda. And okay, that's something that I think that should be redone in Pokemon. Like instead of there just being shiny variants, there should be alternative variants of Pokemon, and not just like a regional form. So in the case of Onyx, like the Crystal Onyx, we can have the base Onyx and maybe have like varying shapes and sizes and whatnot. But then we can also have a Crystal Onyx, which is like a super rare anomaly, and it's so rare that like there may be like 1 or 2 per copy in the game, and maybe there'd be like some type of like flag that would get triggered, like, oh, if you catch one, like then like that's like 1 out of like the 2. Oh, I got into an encounter. I have Brilliant Diamond playing in the background because yet again another game that I haven't beaten. But anyway, so yeah, now it would just be cool to have like different types of like forms. Anyway, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I did not have particularly high expectations of these games, and I wasn't thinking that they're going to be like bad. When I saw the reveal trailer, let them cook. Give me a Rusty Magnemite. Yeah. I mean, like he is already still electric, but maybe make him like shit. What would it be like? Well, I guess if he's rusty, like you can't really change the type too much. Give him Melted Vanillix. Yeah. Like just having like more meaningful variations of Pokemon instead of just like shitty like off-color palettes. Like, dude, because like it doesn't change anything. And maybe let's say Rusty Magnemite could be a little more frail. Like let's say its special defenses could be a little bit lower. But let's say like because it's rusty and like it's more like edged like ragged or whatever, its physical attack stat would be a little bit higher than normal. So you could actually run a physical Magnemite over a special Magnemite. Food for thought. Maybe a Melted Vanillix could be ice water or just water type. Like that type of stuff instead of just having like regional variants. But I digress. Let's hurry up and cook this game. Oh wait, see, I didn't even finish explaining everything about blue. Sorry. Oh my god, it's a lot going through my mind right now. I'm going to edit this and make this into like a very I I keep thinking of this Silcoon on screen is shiny. I'm gonna make this into a very cleaned up version for like a post stream video type thing. But I almost forgot to mention that you get to battle Red in Gen 2. Like, you get to fight the previous game's protagonist in a story that takes place 3 years after the very first game. Like, I like that continuity, which is going to come into... Actually, no, yeah, that's actually going to come into play for, like, my later breakdowns of some of the other games. But I like that Gen 2 was supposed to be the end of Pokemon, and so they wanted to go out with a bang. Like, another trainer, like 3 years later, who's almost like following the footsteps of Red, because he's like doing essentially the same stuff that Red did. He takes on the remnants of Team Rocket, which were like the disoriented like lackeys from like 3 years ago, who after Giovanni like left after getting his like shit pushed in by Red, he like they didn't know what to do, so they just like tried to. I thought it was kind of funny how they tried to like take over the radio tower so they can like send out a message to Giovanni. Well, okay, actually, I realized why I didn't go into full detail, because I was gonna like explain more in Heart Gold Soul Silver, but like essentially I like the continued plot, I like the continued story. It was fun, and being able to fight Red at the end, like that was like mwah, icing on the cake. What else? Being able to get 16 gym badges, even though like Kanto was extremely bland and there wasn't really much story in it. It was like, I mean, yeah, there was hardly any story in it. It was still fun. It was still great. Scarlet and Violet. I'm not gonna like make this too long, but I really wanted to enjoy these games, and I was pretty excited for the prospect of like open world, but you know, when we saw the trailers and like the graphics and like the performance, like a lot of people were talking a lot of shit, which they still are for good reason. And again, I'm not gonna go into like a super deep dive, like over explaining, even though I kind of have been like for like the past like what, how long have I been streaming? Like 40 minutes, almost an hour. Damn, I'm like an hour in, and I have hardly even gotten into. Well, I've gotten through a few games. But when it comes to these games, there's a lot of like talk, and I didn't buy. These were the first Pokemon games that I did not buy on release. Like, I waited, and it's because due to like the state of the community, the games, like all the trailers, people were like analyzing everything. Like, oh man, look at that tree. It's worse than the Sword and Shield tree. But like it's a lot of stuff, and I definitely had my reservations going into it, I will say. But okay, I'll do the positives first. I'll do the positives. So what do I like about these games? So the Pokemon introduced were pretty cool. Like, that's something that I can definitely say was a positive. Like, overall, I enjoyed all the new Pokemon. Like, they were pretty fun. Like, they were a little unique, you know. Like, I have like a new handful of favorites of all time. Like, one being Ceruledge. I really like how, well, okay, I don't know if I'd say I like how easy this is, but it's cool how easy it is for you to find shinies, and the shiny hunting methods in this game, like they get super streamlined and very easy. So like I'm not surprised like when people say like, oh yeah, I ran into a random shiny this, or oh I did a raid and got like shiny that. It's like, it's cool. It's making certain things more accessible. What else do I like about the game? I like the concept of the Paradox Pokemon. The Paradox Pokemon were really cool. I showed you guys that I have Scarlet, but I actually have not opened this yet. I'm gonna save this for maybe like a possible playthrough at some point if I do like a challenge run or something like that. But I like the future mons more than the past mons. Like on paper, I know that like the future mons don't look as interesting, and it's just like like some of them almost seem like lazy. Like, one of my favorite Pokemon is Hydreigon, And the Paradox version of Hydreigon, it doesn't look different. Like, it doesn't look significantly different in the same way that like Iron Valiant and like some of the other ones do. But I don't know. It's cool. I still like how they look in motion. What's Scarlet and Violet about? You never played it? Oh man. Oh god. Like, give me a second to get to the story for that game, because that game's story, sheesh. Okay, I want to go through the things that I like about the game first, because I'm gonna raw dog this game. I'm gonna raw dog this game so hard. Now, okay, the Paradox were cool. I still haven't gotten the cursed tools. Like, wait, no, what are they called? The sacred beast looking things, like the ones like Chenpo or like whatever the hell they're called. I haven't done all that because, like, quite honestly, I didn't enjoy the game enough to want to play it that much. Yeah, so if I think of anything else positive to say about the game, I'll just say it. But man, people praise this game so much. It's like, oh, like something flawed can be good. Like, something that is good or something that is bad can still be fun to play. Man, I'm not trying to shit on anyone in particular, and I'm not trying to say that no one's entitled to feel how they feel about a game. It just makes me question what people play Pokemon for when there are games that are objectively better, have better polish, better mechanics, better stories, better experiences. Although the experience, quote unquote, could be considered to be subjective, which I'll let it rock. I'll let it rock. That's true. But when people say that this is some of the most fun they've had in a Pokemon game, I'm like, is it strictly because of the exploration? Because let's talk about the open world. Yeah, sure, this is the first full open world Pokemon game, and I will say that, you know, it's open world. There's a lot of openness, but there's also a whole lot of nothing. Like, outside of you just exploring and finding new Pokemon, there's jack shit to fucking do. There's nothing to do in this game. Like, the entire, like, okay, so like, ignoring the story for a bit, like the ass story that exists, because, like, in my opinion, the story's butt, and I'll get into that like in a little bit. But dude, when you go like to any major city, there's nothing to do but make sandwiches, get sandwich ingredients, and what else do you do? What else do you do in the game? Like, you can do raids, but like raids, that's like selective fun, like, if you even enjoy it, because it's like a little, I wouldn't say like it's a bad gimmick per se, but because, you know, it was in Sword and Shield, but like, dude, I don't really care about running around like catching like all these mons, like to do what? Like, there's no fun battle facilities. Let me see. Exploration is fun. Glitches are goofy. Story wasn't good. Wasn't linear. Eye catching. Haven't caught any legendaries because even though they exist in the entire game. Okay, look. Like I said, anyone can, you know, anyone's entitled to feel how they feel about the games. I'm telling you guys why I'm going to actually wait. Yeah, I'll give the explanation first, then I'll place the game. So there's nothing to do when you go into like cities, towns, like outside of like 1 or 2 buildings. You can't even go inside of buildings anymore, which is astounding. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, you go to a building and like, or like a shop or a restaurant, and outside of like 1 or 2 buildings, like 1 building per city potentially, it's just a menu, which you can look at it like this. Like, sure, that could be like a way of making it more streamlined, so that you don't have to go through like the cutscenes of all this like extra stuff, loading different like insides of rooms and whatnot. But like, dude, look at Breath of the freaking Wild. Look at Tears of the Kingdom, which amazing open world game, by the way. Been playing that shit. Was thinking about playing it tonight, but I really wanted to make this tier list because I'm mad. No, I'm just playing. It's not gonna. It's because I had shit to say. But in Breath of the Wild, you have these shops, like stores or whatever. You just walk on into them. There's no loading screen, no anything. And if you want to buy something, like you see all the items like spread out. If you want to buy whatever, you just go up to it, press A, like, oh hey, interact. They tell you how much it costs. You can buy it single in bulk, and it's clean. It's clean. Yet the highest grossing multimedia franchise in the world, being Pokemon, can't even create the inside of a building, of a shop, and would rather just give you a menu because of either being too lazy, not having enough time because they're trying to rush out these games every fucking 2 years, 2 or 3 years, or just not having the love and care to even put that stuff in anymore. Talking to random people in Pokemon games was usually rewarding and fun. In Scarlet and Violet, it was not. That is also true. It's like they did this. They tried to do this thing that's similar to what they did in Gen 5 games, where in big cities, big areas, you'll walk past like characters and people, and they'll just say something, and it'll usually be like related to what's going on, or where they're at. Yo, what's up, Taken? Is that how you say your name? Taken. Yeah. Taken. I like that. But yeah, dude, it's like the NPCs don't have any useful dialogue. All the lore is in the school. The majority of the significant lore is in the school. If you want anything like for the story, you just have to go into the like books and read it at the academy, which like I'll get to that in a second, but like when it comes to the overall game, like the exploration, let's say like the exploration in itself is fun. Andrew, yo, dude, long time no see. Jesus Christ, man, how you been doing? Well, bro, man, it's been a fat little minute. But yeah, so like with the exploration, it could be fun to just go and fuck around and find out, see what you like run into. But then at the same time, it's like when you go to most places, there isn't anything fun to do. Like, and I'm gonna ignore raids because like that's like its own thing. I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad to hear it, bro. Glad to hear it. Moved to Chicago? Wait, like were you originally from the land? Like I forgot where you were from. Or I take it you probably weren't originally from Chicago? But you try to explore. There's no reward for exploration outside of like Pokemon and like finding terrestrial Pokemon, because there are no dungeons in this game. There are no meaningful side quests and events that like make the exploration of the world or the world feel like it's alive and like it's worth exploring. You take something like okay, like I'm not even gonna use like the peak games as an example. I'm gonna use like an older game. So in Gen 1, oh, you grew up in Atlanta? Okay. Dude, I think there was like a con recently in Atlanta, MomoCon. I don't know if you're like a con person, but like is that coming up or did that already pass? And like, did you go? But like Gen 1, when you vlog next week, maybe I'm definitely gonna get some videos. Like, it may not be a live stream vlog. I may try, but it may be kind of hard. Oh, okay. Oh, Colossal Con. Oh, right. I was gonna say like, well, yeah, like that's the con that we're gonna go to, Colossal. I was considering going to MomoCon, but honestly, I don't think I would have had the funds because I probably would have had to just go to that one without staffing and just raw dogging it. But I really want to try going to other conventions. I'm going to Otakon in like 2 months, so that'll be fun. But yeah, it's just been a minute, Andrew. It's just been a minute. But yeah, okay. Go back to Gen 1. When you went to Lavender Town, which seemed like a house in Georgia, yeah. Well, when you go to Lavender Town, Lavender Town, and you go into the tower or whatever, and you get to a certain point where there are ghosts that are preventing you from moving forward because you can't see them. You haven't been to Con in a while. You need to pull up. You need to pull up to Colossal, my boy. So like there's ghosts. You can't see them, and to see them, you need like a certain item, but you don't know that. The game doesn't tell you that. But this is like also to progress with the story, low-key. And you leave that area, which is seemingly not important, go somewhere else, and you go like into Cerulean, and you do like the whole Team Rocket base under like the game corner, and you eventually like fight Giovanni, get the Sylph Scope. You get the Sylph Scope, and it's like, maybe if I go back to Lavender Town, or like, you go back to Lavender Town with the Sylph Scope, which allows you to see ghosts, it lets you progress, and it was like meaningful exploration. Also, it was, to progress with the story, but also the game gave you an incentive to go from one area to another to solve a problem, but they weren't just outwardly telling you what you had to do it. Pokemon was dark. It always had a nice amount of like darkness to it. Oh, you have to plan for it. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, especially like since you're in Chicago now. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, Team Rocket killed a Pokemon in Gen 1. Like, that's pretty fucking meta. But yeah, so it's like you go, you explore, you find out, you come back, and now you're able to progress the story. And nothing like that was in Scarlet and Violet, to my knowledge. So, to my recollection, nothing that significant. Out like, okay, what getting the one gym leader's wallet, like giving him the wallet. That was so dumb. That was so dumb. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else more substantial than that? Sheesh. But yeah, no, like the game doesn't have anything to do. This has been so like long-winded. When I edit this, I'm gonna cut this up, hopefully to make it not super long. But I am giving my the Slowpoke Tales in Gen 2, like in Johto. But man, there's like no reason to explore. There's nothing cool to discover outside of like the just new Pokemon. And then once you find out where everything is, it's like, all right, well, okay, do some raids, okay. Eventually find like those treasures to unlock the legendary. Like there's nothing to do in the games. There's no battle facility. There's no fun side quests. Like, oh, what? Like me having a good time is making sandwich. Like, dude, trash. Anyway, getting outside of like the lacking of content. Like, dude, the laziness when it comes to even just naming like fucking major areas. Like, oh, like North Providence A, North Providence B. Like, what? Dude, shit's trash. Going into the Pokemon's fine. Like the Pokemon section is cool. It's varied. That's like another positive. Like the sheer amount of variety in the Pokemon that you're able to find in just from like square one, from the beginning. When I first played Violet, like I found a shiny Lechonk within the first 2 hours of me playing the game. I thought it was a freaking Jigglypuff, and I was like, oh, what was this little pink thing sitting under a tree? And like interacted with it, it was shiny Lechonk, and I was like, holy shit, named it Kami. Anyway, yeah, going on to the story. Oh wait. What else? Terrestrialization. That's the other thing I forgot to talk about. So as far as gimmicks goes, I think that Terrestrial was pretty inoffensive. I do think that it's kind of ass that they don't continue to bring back the older like mechanics, but like that's a conversation for a different time. Don't want to go on too much of a ramble, even though I have been rambling. I don't think Terrestrial is bad. I think it's pretty interesting because it's kind of doing what a lot of people wanted Pokemon to experiment with in the past, which is having third typings or having like a third type. And the way that it's implemented is it's I think it's simple enough for people to understand without complicating things too much, because whatever like their first and secondary typings may have been, they still retain the stab bonuses from that, but then the third type becomes, or sorry, like the terrestrial type becomes their like new monotype. If it's the same type as one of their original typings, they get like adaptability bonus or 2 times like damage versus just gaining a new typing and a new stab. I think it's cool. I think it's solid, inoffensive. Did I use it? Not much, if at all. I don't think I even really touched it in the main game. I think I only really used terrestrialization for the raids, which you kind of have to, but I digress. So, the story. People were raving about how you get to have 3 different story paths, and each one is fun. Like, you get to build up these really fun, great characters, and Arvin. In my humble opinion, all 3 are fucking trash. Arvin's not a great character, and people overhype the shit out of this dude. And them splitting the 3 story, or making 3 story routes or whatever to do, it's not interesting. It's not. Because first of all, you have to do every story path to get to the ending of the game. So it's not like you can choose to do the Titan route or the Team Starfall route or like the Gym Challenge route and still get to the end game. You have to eventually do all 3 story routes, which they half-assed each one. First of all, the gym story, we all know that's like the standard for Pokemon. Like every mainline game except for Sun and Moon or Gen 7 has the prerequisite of knowing you have to challenge the gyms, you have to fight like the bad guys, get to the Elite Four, all blah 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 blah. Cool. But in this game, they just separate it so you know, okay, you're tackling this one, you're tackling that one, and it does give you an incentive to explore the entire map, which is great. And then everything builds up to the mystery of Area Zero, which I do think on paper it was really dope that they had this overlying thing being Area Zero that they were hyping up and building up for the entire game. But the build up was not too amazing, because each of the story paths honestly just felt so lukewarm. So we'll talk about the Victory Road path first. Victory Road, or like Victory Road, like, and Nimona, oh god, it's like Pokemon fans are so used to not getting anything good that they'll take anything and just cling to it as like, oh, this is that red play. But yeah, they'll take anything they can, cling to it, and be like, oh man, this is so good, this is so good. Like, oh man, like this very basic normal thing, like Larry, it's so good. We're just gonna cling to it and make this like our like new standard. Like, oh, people say like Nimona is one of their favorite rivals in the entire franchise. You can have your opinions. Do I think she's one of the best rivals in the franchise? No. Do I think that she's one of the most well-written or best, like, explored rivals in the franchise? No. Do I think that she was a fun new take on a rival and was interesting to see in the game? Sure. But yeah, that's like the long and short of my opinions on Nimona. Her being a battle-centric, battle-heavy rival, it was cool on paper, and her having finished the her league challenge already, and her being your senior, your obvious senior, your senpai, as you may say, for the weebs out there. It's interesting. It's a nice new take, but then everything else is just done so bad, in my opinion. In my opinion. Now, to elaborate on that, the open world concept for the game and not having level scaling is a huge missed opportunity. They have a clear path that they want you to go for the game, even though it's open world, yet the way that it should have been is level scaling. Like, they should have had level scaling. Because let's say you go somewhere, you go to like an area that you just so happen can access that has a lot of overleveled mons. You get lucky, you catch an overleveled mon, whoop-de-doo. Because you have like an experience share that you can't turn off, and by the way, there's no set mode. Everyone's constantly getting mad EXP. So if you go to an area, you do like a high level raid, or you do like you just fight like a few mons or catch a few mons that happen to be like pretty high level, dude, your team's gonna shoot up in levels. Then you go back to like an area, maybe it's like around where you should be in the game, fight a gym leader, okay, get some more levels. You go back to another area, and that area may have like low level mons. You're like, shit, all these trainers in this area are fucking weak. Like, what? Like, fight the gym leader. Oh, you're in your 30s. This gym leader is like the second gym leader, so they're like maybe in their 20s at best. And now it's messing with like the flow of the game, because now you're just steamrolling shit. Which brings me to like the point that I want to make about Nimona. Her scaling with how many gym badges you have is cool, but also I think that it would be cool to have like a rival that just, hey, yeah, sure, she wanted to start over like with you and make it like go on a new journey, but like it would have been cool if she just started off broken and you had optional battles with her. Like, oh, okay, like let's see how close to. Dude, a good rival makes a Pokemon game even better. It adds to the experience, which I'll get into for some of the other games. Yeah, this is definitely going to be like a longer stream. I can already tell. Yeah, an hour deep. But yeah, like, so it would have been cool if she had her end game team from her first like run of the Victory Road, and then whenever she would meet up with you, like, oh, hey, I see you've gotten stronger. Would you want to have a battle? Like, oh, you have this many badges. Like, maybe you could fight her. Sorry, maybe you could have optional battles with her, where depending on how far you've progressed, she may use a certain amount of her full team rather than using her full team of like crazy strong mons. And like, yeah, like sure, she could on paper have mons that can be the same level as like her as like the elite 4 and champion. Like, let's say like I think that was like maybe around like the 50s, 60s. Okay, let's say she won't let you battle her until you have at least like 4 or 5 badges, which like by that point you should have like some decently strong mons, like maybe like 30s, 40s. But then she says like, oh, okay, like let's battle. Like I'll hold back just because like I know that you're still getting like a good idea of things. She'll only let you battle 1, if not 2 of her Pokemon, but those Pokemon are like level 60s, 70s. So now it's like, oh yeah, sure, I'm fighting one or two Pokemon, but like the level gap is so significant, and maybe the AI could be so strong that she's actually like pulling out strats, like she's using held items, fucking healing, like battle items, like switching out, like even though it's just 2. I think it'd be like really fucking cool. Like that'd be a cool way to have written Nimona. And make an official Pokemon this gym of mine. Hey, yeah, that'd be sick. Dude, my nose is so stuck. Hold on, gotta blow my freaking nose. I hate this. Like, I have like these weird sinus problems. I think it's like the weather or like seasons changing. Oh, that feels so much better. Yeah, well, I think that the formula in general should just change. Wait, like the lamp in the back, like that one? I didn't even know you can see that. But wait, how long has this playlist? Shuffled and Bad Boys. Okay. So okay, where was I? So yeah, like it'd be cool to have done it like that, but like instead she just scales with you, which isn't too bad, but also like I feel like they could have done a lot more with her, because this is like a rival in an open world game. Maybe they could have had story stuff happening in different areas you run into, or maybe you guys have to deal with like certain parts of the story together. But I digress. Like, even though there's no story, there's no fucking story in this game. There's no story until like the last like hour of the game, and even then, that's like it's barely okay. But one thing that they also talked about in her like promotional shit is that like she apparently isn't great at throwing Pokeballs, and so she wears like the little like clamp thing, or like not the clamp, like the gauntlet, or like the wrist thing. Like that never came up. That never came up in the entire game. Like nor was it relevant. It's like, yeah, I can see them maybe making some cool, funny little like memes or something in the anime. Like, because I think Nemona's going to be in the anime. But, dude, when it comes to just, like, the games, at no point was it relevant for her to not be good at throwing Pokeballs. So it's like, why introduce us and tell us, like, this bit of information about this character that's supposedly, like, important because it's tied to a part of, like, their design aspect. Like, she literally wears, like, a wrist guard gauntlet thing to help her with her throwing, yet it's not implemented at all in the story. Maybe she could have had like some securities or some insecurities on like her not being able to catch Pokemon because she's not great at throwing balls, which could have also played into like her being Team Star stuff was fun. We'll talk about that one next, because like I'll save Arvin for last. Team Starfall, I have like more thoughts on that. I think the concept, what they were going for, could have been so good. It could have been so good if they had fleshed these characters out a little bit more. But I'll like pin that. I'll keep that right here in a little pocket. Gonna put it in my pocket, and we're gonna come back to that. But with Nemona, it would have been so interesting if they would have reflected her not being great at catching Pokemon, like in her story. Maybe they could have tied that in a way like where, let's say, if she had these optional trainer battles with you, and she only progressively used like one more Pokemon than like the last battle, if you choose to accept it. Like, let's say that she only has like 3, maybe 4 Pokemon. Then it's like, okay, since Game Freak or Pokemon likes to only give the rivals like half of a team, or like 3 or 4 Mons in like these recent games, like let's say she has 4 Pokemon because that's all she was able to catch in her journey, right? That would have been a really cool way to show that bit on her not being able to catch Pokemon is relevant. Like, oh, she's not great at catching Pokemon, so like she doesn't have like a very complete Pokédex. Like her Pokédex like entry is like really low, and also just the amount of Pokemon she has on her team is really small because she just can't catch Pokemon. She's not good at it. But also it would tie into her being like this exceptionally strong trainer, because despite her only having 3 or 4 Pokemon, she was still able to wash the Pokemon League Elite Four, wash the champion. So it would have made it more significant by the end of the game, where like when you, or like not the end of the game, but like by the time that you fight her after you beat Gita, that, oh, okay, like this is this trainer who had so much more potential, who had so much strength, who was seemingly holding back, if not just had a lot of extra power when she beat Gita the first time. And it would have all been tied into the story in a way where it's like, damn, you know, like that, not only does that make sense, but like, you know, it helps the story flow in a more natural and believable way. So then maybe by the time you guys get to Area 0, she catches one or two more Pokemon, and or like maybe you go through some story events where you get to see her capture new Pokemon or encounter new Pokemon. Maybe a part of the game could be you helping catch her a Pokemon or you catching a Pokemon for her. And then she adds that to her team. Like, it would have helped build up Nemona's character in a way where she could still have that Goku persona, that Goku archetype where she just wants to get stronger in battle and fight, and that's all she cares about. But also, you're building up her as a character, and maybe she could have had like an insecurity or insecurities in regards to how she can't catch Pokemon, and it kind of limits what she can really do. So then maybe by the time you beat the game, all the Area Zero stuff is over, and you guys go into like the I forgot what the tournament's called, but the tournament with like all the gym leaders or like no the teachers and like everybody that happens at the school. She'll have a full team by then, and she's even stronger. Maybe she could be like the final battle of that with a full team of super crazy strong mons, fully EV trained, like full EVs, like max IVs, competitive move sets. It could have been something phenomenal. Yet we get what we got. I know that was super long-winded, but the Team Starfall won't be as bad. I guess like in a way, this is like my mini story review or mini review of Scarlet Violet. I'm not gonna like take too long, too much longer. But I really feel like fleshing out how I feel about different aspects of the game and why it brings it up or brings it down for me is really important. Team Starfall, I don't think it wasn't as bad as like the Victory Road, but I didn't like how they didn't flesh out any of the Team Starfall bosses. Now, what I would have appreciated. Okay, actually no. Before I go into like what I would have wanted, just when you like the formula goes like this. You go to a Team Starfall like area, you talk to your boy Clive, which is probably like one of the best characters in the game, unironically, because like he actually has the most development out of the majority, if not like everybody in the damn game. Like unironically, freaking Clive, and people overlook it just because it seems like he's just like a meme character. When it's like, no, dude, like he kind of goes through it. Like from the beginning, he's the one who first greets you, welcomes you from the school, and he's like instead of you coming to the school, right? And this is already showing you a good bit about his character. Wait, hold on. Fuck. Wait. I have to look something up because I'm kind of dumb. Dude, Mr. Clavel, bro, Mr. Clavel / Clive, bro, this guy's a winner. So instead of like having you come to the school, he personally comes to greet you, make sure you're like doing everything okay, like or like you're doing okay, you got everything you need to come to the school. And like he's very hands-on, even though he didn't have to. Even Mom said, "Oh, you didn't have to come all the way." And like we see how far the school is from like your place. Like that's not a short distance. Even if you have like a ride Pokemon, that's still like, yo, you're making a trip to come see like this new student. So that's already showing you that like he cares, which is relevant for the later stuff. Like the later reveals in regards to Team Starfall. But like, so Team Starfall, you go to a base, or you just like actually no, before all that stuff even happened, you get introduced to some Team Starfall grunts, which like I kind of fucks with their designs, even though like there's zero drip in all of Scarlet and Violet. Like I like their little Team Star like dude, when the game came out, I was at work. Some of my coworkers got the game. Like it was just this meme where we just come in, we greet each other with like the Team Star, like wait, it's like, and then we go. It was cringe. It was cringe, but it was so fucking funny. Anyway, so yeah, we get like try to get pressured into joining the team, like Team Starfall or Team Star, and Penny comes, or no, I think it's the other way around. Like Penny's gonna like getting coerced, and then we gotta save Penny. Like Penny's design is really dope, by the way. I really like Penny's design. Like something that like Pokemon doesn't miss with, which like I'll say like is pretty good for the game too, is like the character designs do not miss. They're all solid. They're all really solid. At the bare minimum, they're good. Like I enjoyed them. They just should have fleshed out. They could have fleshed out the characters more. Like you don't learn anything about like the characters until you fight them and you beat them, and it's only just like one little aspect of like how like them being bullied and why they like try to become recluse and like join or make the team. It's like nothing. Like it would have been more substantial if they would have showed the bullying. Like show them getting bullied. Like the game's rated E for everyone, right? But like let me see. Yeah, it's like, dude, just show them getting like lightly bullied. Like we in Gen 1, we literally had Pokemon like not shown getting killed, but like heavily implied getting killed, and saw like the aftermath of it. So with this, just like, dude, make it so that like we can sympathize with them, like show them going through the motions, and then like the build up to their character. Maybe we could have had more references, more mentions of them in the school, in the earlier bits of the story. Maybe while traveling around exploring, maybe certain people could have said like, oh, I know about this person, and like, oh, I heard they have a friend who's getting bullied for like X and Y thing, like such and such thing. And then maybe we get like these breadcrumbs of like how and why Team Starfall came together. So instead of like them just like exposition dumping every time we ran into a team or beat a Team Starfall boss, which is what they did, we were slowly, gradually getting built up the story. But also, I think that they did Penny really dirty too, because like we don't really know shit about her, like outside of she's the one who made it, and like she was bullied too, and wanted to make a cool club group for like the people who were bullied to come together and stand up for themselves. But like even that fails. Like that doesn't work because like we don't care. Why should we care about Penny? Like what did Penny do for us to like get to know her and like care about her? Nothing at all. So her being like whole tech savvy and shit, like sure it kind of plays into like the Team Starfall story itself, like with the hacking and like the getting the money and like the resources and stuff like that's all fine and dandy. But it's also like, and I'm gonna mention this in the Area Zero shit, but it's like it's kind of a waste. Like what? Like Penny's a wasted character. Like she doesn't do anything for the story like at all outside of like the Team Starfall stuff. And I get that it's cool to like make more relatable stories or aspects of story and plot. And in this aspect, it's bullying. Like a lot of people go through bullying, which like obviously I don't agree with. Like I think that everyone should stand up like to bullying and like tell someone you should never like let anyone take advantage of you, and like reach out. And like I get that sometimes it's not that easy for people. So I appreciate them putting this into the game like as a story bit, because it's actually like pretty like interesting. It's profound enough to talk about. But their execution is what wasn't great. And them having like Penny as like the poster child for this story arc, it left a lot to be desired, especially considering that this is supposed to be the evil team. Or like the bad guys. Like they're bad guys, but they're not. Like they're the bullied who, before they can even like do anything like stand up to the bullies for being bullied, the bullies ran away. So it's like, so they kind of seem like the bad guys and they got ostracized. But it was Mr. Claval or Clive who kind of took that and this music's so good. He's the one who took that situation and was actually impacted by it. Because he's the one he's like the director. He cares so much about like the students and like his school. And even though he's new, he still has such a big heart. So the fact that he was trying to like go undercover and try and figure out like how he can solve this without having to expel the kids, that's what's like a little bit more meaningful for me than the bullying and how they like treated it in the story in regards to the or like the leaders or the evil team or like the bosses, the Team Starfall bosses. Because on one part they try and make you sympathetic for them without really showing you why you should be. They showed you like the aftermath of them being bullied, and like, oh, I was bullied, so now I'm gonna, like, this is how I am, so I'm gonna join Team Starfall for this. Versus Clive, he was the one who was doing all the extra stuff, learning about like each one. Like, he pulled up to every Team Starfall boss, talked it out, got to feel and understand what was going on with each one individually, which is how it should be in schools, like when it comes to bullying and stuff, and like how the teachers and like faculty should respond. And instead of like him sitting on his ass and not doing anything, he wanted to change things for the better. And it sucks like that the writing is so bad that they just made it so that no one knew about any of this shit, any of this bullying, and all the teachers who were there apparently didn't know anything, or just like left, and like all the new faculty and staff just don't know what the hell's going on. And it's like Clive has to do this by himself. Like, that's like the most story out of like the 2 story bits so far, honestly, because he's the one who's actually having character development, like, or he's the one who's going through it. Because I'd say like most of the characters don't really get any development in this game outside of like some shit at the end. But I digress. Team Starfall could have been better. Super, like at best, it was just very, very mid. Like, I know. Oh, thanks, Gio. Like, I'm trying to speak on this from the perspective of someone who, I don't hate the games or anything like that. I don't like. I'm not trying to like just slander them for no reason. Like, when it comes to people talking about how good the stories are and like the story is, like, I play video games for the story. Pokemon was one of the first experiences that I had in like understanding how JRPGs, and like, you know, even though it's baby's first RPG, but how like these games are structured. I've played, dude, like, I have hella games over here, bro. Like, a lot of which I have not gotten to touch yet. Shin Megami Tensei 5, fucking here. SMT 5, Persona 5, Bravely Default 2, Xenoblade Chronicles, fucking Final Fantasy 10. Like, what else do I have here? Like I have other games on different consoles and shit. Persona, Persona 3, Persona 2, Persona 5, or sorry, 4. Like, wait. Okay, I kind of fucked some shit up over here. Move this. Okay, move that. It's like, I play games for like the story, and I try to play as many different types of games as I can. It's not limited to Pokemon. I play like mostly anything that has like a solid story. I just lean towards JRPGs because like they're the most story-driven games on average, right? So it's like, I'm not like, yeah, I'm gonna enjoy Pokemon for it being Pokemon, but then when you start to go backwards, when you start to evolve or like de-evolve, like in regards to every facet of the game or the games, like, I can't stick behind that and just like accept it. People say like Scarlet and Violet are some of the best Pokemon games ever made. I'm just like, if they're that fun for you, by all means. But like, objectively looking at what these games do and what the older games did, not even just comparing these to like other video games that I played or just other games that people can play, just like comparing it to games within the vacuum of Pokemon. Dude, play some spin-offs. Jesus Christ. Play some other mainline games, because like, if people are like this hyped just over like some very mediocre like open world, Pokemon's due. But anyway, that long-winded ramble aside, then we go to like Arven and everyone on this guy's tip. It astounds me. Arven is not a well-written character. For all of you guys who think that he is, just because he has a relatable aspect in what he's fighting for, being trying to recover, like trying to like heal his pupper, his dog. Wow. Okay, so long story short, Arven being the main character of the story, in the sense that all of this is mostly revolving around him. by the way, the story does not revolve around the main character. The main character is there for his own bit. See, like, he does his own thing. But when it comes to the overarching narrative, Arvin is the main character. And he is not well written at all. He's not that sympathetic compared to, like, especially compared to other rivals in the franchise. But, like, I'll get there when I get there. He's just not that great. And let me go into why I feel that way. Because if you feel that way, if other people feel that way, sure. I'm just here to tell you why you may be wrong and why I disagree with that, or disagree with your notions, because the way that he is written doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, so we're gonna start with the fact that he was pretty much neglected by his parents. Standard typical Pokemon story. Neglected by the dad, mom, etc. And he was raised with his Mabostiff, or his whatever the first stage is called. And after some stuff happens, like his Mabostiff gets like heavily injured by something, and also he was being raised with the Koraidon or Miraidon, depending on which game you're playing. And that affected his like outlook on his parent, being mom or dad. Also, how he viewed Koraidon, Miraidon. And what I found to be so curious is that despite him knowing a good bit about what Koraidon, Miraidon like are, like none of that, like he didn't explain or at least elaborate on anything throughout like the Titan story, despite you and his relationship seemingly growing and becoming strong enough to the point to where by the end of it, he considers you a friend. And it's like, well, I'm not saying that all friends should like tell all their deepest, darkest secrets to everyone, or just like anything that's too personal, because I agree that everyone should have their boundaries. But I think it's a little odd that, yeah, sure, he opened up and told or explained the situation with Mabostiff, in the sense that, like, yeah, he knew about Koraidon, Miraidon, but also like he got injured, and so the Herba Mystica are supposed to make it like feel better, which the Herba Mystica is so like it's so dumb. Like, how? Okay, this is the most convenient freaking writing that I've seen in a Pokemon game. How is it that you get an Herba Mystica, right? You make a sandwich. You make a sandwich. You eat that sandwich. Nothing happens. You give the same sandwich, but with the Herba Mystica, to Mabostiff. Mabostiff gets healed in an ailment, like a magical ailment. Oh, okay. Shit. It, like, this Pokemon couldn't see up until now. Eats a fucking Herba Mystica. Oh, it can see now. Oh, it couldn't walk up until now. Give it an Herba Mystica. Now it can walk. But like, it doesn't do anything for me. But then for Koraidon, Miraidon, it gives him a new ability to like fly, climb, glide, all this shit. And it's like, and then when you make it overall, like in the overworld, it maybe increases shiny odds in the appearance of certain Pokemon. Like it's written so weird. Like, why is it so convenient? Like, oh, like it's not like it takes that much time to explain how, oh, different Herba Mystica have different or have varying effects based on how it's consumed and what it's consumed by. So let's say on average, like, the human isn't affected by Herba Mystica, but like for Pokemon, maybe it has a different effect. Maybe the spicy Herba Mystica would have healing capabilities. So it would make sense that Arvin would want to search out like the spicy ones to like see if they can heal it. Or maybe like there's a rumor that collecting all of the Herba Mystica and like combining them together and making it like a certain like potion or remedy will be able to cure any illness or ailment. Like, that would have been an interesting development, because then it would have made it relevant to go to the other Herba Mystica like spots for the Titan. Oh, and by the way, like in certain wild random Pokemon eat it and they turn into Titans. Doesn't make any damn sense. It's so stupid. Like, bro, come on. At least make the shit make fucking sense. Come on, bro. But yeah, like they could say, like it can start off by Arvin saying, okay, I think that, or so based on this book that like my parent left me, or that I have from my parent, if you look for these things called Herba Mystica, they have like random effects, and they may be able to heal my Mabostif. So let's say that the first Herba Mystica that we find doesn't have any effect on Mabostif at all. Then it's like, okay, well, cool. And maybe Arvin has like we go through like a lot of stuff, like a lot of like turmoil. We fight a Titan Pokemon. We go through bullshit, and he's like, okay, damn, like it took us a lot to get here, but we're finally here. And it could have been like the first part of building up this relationship with Arvin and developing Arvin as a character to the point where he opens up to you a little bit and tells you like, okay, well look, like it wasn't just that I wanted to find the Herba Mystica because like there are these secret mysterious like items and like I'm just into treasure hunting, but like, oh, I kind of have like a Pokemon that I'm trying to save, and like this Pokemon means everything to me. That would have been something like more propelling, like for me to like want to help him out. It's like, okay, well shit, you're trying to save your Pokemon friend, and then slowly throughout the course of the game, he tells you more about his backstory, like more about his past. We learn more about him. Maybe give us a flashback or two, like during like a cutscene. Maybe he has like a situation where he's fighting like when we get to the one Titan Pokemon who's a Paradoxmon. They could have had that Paradoxmon, like I guess for like Violet, it's Iron Shreds. For Scarlet, it's Great Tusk. Let's say that us going up against that specific Titan could have gave Arvin PTSD from when his Mabostif got injured, and maybe that's the point where he starts to open up and tell you more about the overarching like Area Zero plot, or just like alluding to more stuff about Area Zero and how he doesn't fully understand everything that's going on down there, but he knows that there's some crazy Pokemon like nothing he's seen before that like attack his Mabostif, and that's why he's on this journey. And maybe you find that out halfway through, and it's like, well shit, I learned more about Arvin, I understand and like sympathize with him, and like who and why he's trying to save what he's trying to save. And also it's still building up Area Zero in a way where it's like you want to get there, like you want to go through the story, you want to do everything so you can eventually see what's in Area Zero and how you can figure out like the mysteries and solve it. Scarlet Violet did have a couple good boss fights, tearjerker scenes too. I think that the boss fights were pretty fun. I like that they kind of ditched the conventional. Well, I mean they still have like the gym leader battles, but like I like that the Team Starfall fights and the Titan battles were more of like a big like, hey, you're fighting a big Pokemon, you're fighting a boss. And what's something that could have been like more fun is if you could have chose to do like single or double battles more for those, because I think that like maybe having the option to have a 2v1 for like the Team Star bosses, that would have been cool. Like after you fight them 1v1 and then we fight the big Reverum, like you can like maybe send out two and maybe have like more like interesting mechanics. Like let's say when you're going up against I forget the name of the girl with like the big fire boots, but maybe her Reverum every other turn it burns the entire, like it sends out like a flame that burns your entire party, or like all the Pokemon's out. That would have been cool. But overall, yeah, I'd say like the boss fights were fun. Some of the cutscenes, I'm not gonna lie. Well, okay, I'll talk more about this when I get to like the Area Zero stuff, which will be right after this. Finding out what happened to Arvin's parents, it did kind of like take me by surprise. It had me a little bit like, oh shit, they did that. And like the scene with his when Mabostif fully recovered, that was a nice scene. I enjoyed that. I thought it was cool, even though I didn't care that much about like him and his dog up until that point. I mean at that point we were in it for the long run. I think it was cool. I felt something from it because I can understand like anyone who has a pet that they love. Like, obviously you're gonna have a pet, you're gonna love the shit out of it. If it's going through something and it finally recovers, like that sense of relief that you feel, like I felt that, like that cutscene, and then like the cutscene that happens at the cutscenes that happens at the end. Sure, shit was great, cool, sweet. Everything else though, it was kind of a yikes. And I know this is like a combination. Like, I know this is supposed to be me placing Scarlet Violet, but when I make the supercut, I'm probably going to condense this quite a bit and just give my placings and like the quick explanations. But since I'm doing this in a live stream right now, like there's no rush. Like I'm chilling. I do have work in the morning, but because I really want to do this tier list, I'm just gonna, whenever I finish is whatever I finish. We've been going for like an hour 40, almost 2 hours now, and we're gonna go for like a bit longer, like quite a bit longer, because we have a lot of games to finish. But yeah, so they just could have done his character so much better. They could have written the game so much better, and it didn't. Like, I know that Pokemon games aren't supposed to be like for the story, but it's like, dude, at this point we've already gotten phenomenal stories. We've gotten great stories for Pokemon and for just video games. We've gotten great stories. I'm not gonna go into it like during this stream. I'll do another stream where I talk about the spin-offs, but some of the best stories in the entire franchise comes from the spin-off games, and it's toxic. But I digress. So in regards to Arven, could have been done way better, but then like we get to, or like his build-up, we get to Area Zero. Area Zero is by far the best part of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Easily. Has the best music, the best battles, the best character progression, development, if you want to say that, and it has one of the more interesting climaxes to a Pokemon game. I'd say that out of the mainline games, it's probably top 4. It's probably top 4 climaxes of a Pokemon game. And I'll just quickly say what I have to say about this, and then I'll rate Scarlet and Violet. Because and trust me, this will be the longest one that I talk about. Honestly, the only reason why this one is so long is because I really wanted to go into detail on why I have very strong feelings about Scarlet and Violet. But I digress. So, endgame. You find out about the paradox shit. You go, you meet the professor. You find out that like the real professor died protecting your Koraidon / Miraidon while in the lab from the other Koraidon Miraidon. Shit was sad. Shit's fucked up. The first time that a main character, to my knowledge, in a mainline Pokemon game was confirmed to have died. That's tragic. It's heavy, especially it being the mother / father of Arven. It's fucked. Without rambling too much about this, I think that the ending of Scarlet and Violet was alright. At first, I had different opinions because of the wow factor of everything's moving so fast. But when I had like a chance to like sit back like and think about it, the story parts could have had some more cleanup, but it was mostly just the reason why everybody came together. Arven, Nimona, you, and Penny. It didn't seem like it was that necessary by the time that you get to Area Zero. Like I said, Nimona, she's just like the battle heavy like prodigy or whatever, who's like really strong, and like that's her only thing. She's just good at battling. She's kind of stupid. And then Penny, she's supposed to be like the smarty, like the brains, and she's like good at hacking, but all she does is like turn on some fucking lights. Like she doesn't do anything else. And then Arven, like it makes sense why Arven's going down there, because like it's kind of about like his father not being around because they're in the Great Crater, or like in the crater of Area Zero. Like it makes sense. And honestly, it should have just been you and Arven. I don't know if that's like a take. It should have just been you and Arvin to go into Area Zero. There was no need for Nimona. There was no need for Penny. Now, if I were to rewrite that, maybe it could have started off as you and Arvin. You explore, you find out more stuff about like what's going on. Maybe if like there was more development for Penny and like more insight as to like how good of a hacker she is and why she can like help out. Maybe by the time you get down there, let's say, yeah, of course, by the time you get there, you've already beaten Nimona in like a full power battle. Let's say you're going up against like a bunch of like the random paradox mons, and it's like a lot of them, and it's getting like to be really tough. Like maybe prior to going into Area Zero, you could have told Nimona like, hey, I'm gonna go into like the crater with Arvin, like I'm gonna help him figure some stuff out, but like I heard it may be dangerous, so like but like don't follow me or something. Maybe she can have like a little moment to herself after you leave and say like, maybe I'll like follow her along. So maybe she could have just like followed you guys, and same with like Penny. Maybe like Penny could have had a moment, but like maybe Nimona comes in when you guys are getting jumped by some mons or some paradoxes. She helps you beat them, and it's like it's not just her being battle heavy, battle centric, and just tossing her into the end game. It's like, hey, well shit, we had a reason for her to be here. We're getting jumped by a lot of mons, and like this was like a bigger task than we thought. And maybe there could have been more parts of unlocking the different areas, like and getting into like the research labs that would have required Penny to like hack and get into. And maybe while doing so, like it could flesh out her character more. But by the time we get to the end, we have like this super epic battle between like super anime battle between like this defective or not defective the AI Professor Turo and Sada, who were like saying that like the time machine that's like catching all these mons, like it can't be stopped unless like you bring the book and you do the thing, you have the McGubber thing, and but like I'll try and stop you if I do. That's why we needed you to do it. Well, it's like, okay, maybe just maybe you could have like, okay, I'm trying to think of like how I want to word this. It didn't feel like it was dumb, but the fact that like they did say that if they left Area Zero they would like become like inactive, you could maybe have just did that and had the shit like turned off and then bring them back in and like turn them back on. Maybe that would have been a cool, easy, common sense something. Or maybe possibly, since Penny's such a fucking tech savvy hacker genius, maybe like as she progressed with each of the different areas and like read a lot of the research that Turo or Sada was doing, she could have become like super nerdy and geeking out on everything, taking notes, taking pictures, and then maybe she could have been the one to deactivate the Professor Turo and Sada mid-fight. Maybe like the Pokemon, like the Paradox Mons that we would fight, like when it's like the 1v1 and like before it becomes like when it's like the 1v1 between you and the Professor versus when it becomes Koraidon versus like old Koraidon and new blah blah blah. Maybe the Paradox Mons could have been so hyped up and powerful that we need to stop the Professor from fighting. And so to do that, Penny has to look through the notes of the late Professor Turo and Sada to figure out a way to deactivate the current one. Like even though the AI was going against its shit and trying to fight. And then maybe when we get close to deactivating it, maybe when we get to like the second to the last Pokemon or like the last Pokemon, the true feelings of the Professor from like the alive Professor starts to show through. And it's like if we deactivate or like turn off this like Professor, it won't be able to turn on again. And this will be like the true death of the Professor, because Arvin's actual mother and father, Turo Sada, like they actually died, but then like what was left of their conscience which was manifested and put into this AI. Maybe there was no like just straight up deactivating it. We just have to like kill it, which is what like would have made the end game struggle so much more interesting, because we could have had a reason for Nimona to be there, like and Penny, while we're fighting them, and like Arvin's too stuck in like his feelings and emotions to see his parents and understanding and learning the truth about what happened, that he can't move, he can't act, and he gets put in an impasse where he wants like the fight to stop. He wants like the world to be safe, for like the environment or eco shit to be like. I'm not even gonna get into how stupid that shit was. Like that's almost as stupid as like the fucking Team Magma Aqua like story and shit with like wanting to expand the land and expand the sea. But them wanting to have like present Pokemon live with past Pokemon and future Pokemon at the same time coexist, that's fucking stupid. That's stupid. Anyway, but yeah, let's say Penny's deactivating Turo and Sada like for good. We like right before our final attack lands with like either Iron Valiant or what the Salamence one. Yeah, like dude, Penny was not. I didn't care for Penny. I didn't care for any of the characters, honestly. Like, I think like the best character is Clive, in my opinion. But at least this way, it's making everyone have a purpose, and it's making the story all come together in a way where it's not only a tearjerker, it makes sense, but like it's compelling. And Penny using her hacker abilities and shit to essentially completely end Professor Turo and Sada would have such a complex response from Arvin and the other characters, because like it's like because of Penny that they can put an end to the time machine, which would have like made sense, because like this is what we would have needed. Like let's say it wasn't just needing the book, but we needed someone who could like actually hack, or like is just like smart and disable all the shit. And you know, like the AI Turo's final like words, instead of like getting sent into like the past or present, could have been like oh hey, like Arvin, like sorry, but like we loved you, sorry that we neglected you, all this shit. Could have had this whole moment. And honestly, like the way that I'm even explaining this shit right now, this is just off the top of my head, by the way, like I would have probably cried to this shit if this is how it had went, because it would have been more effective. And like, oh, that's the other thing, this game should have had voice acting. Not gonna harp on that. Anyway, the story, booty butt cheeks, because in after, sorry, I'm gonna cut my little like fanfic how the story should have went. I'm gonna cut that off right now. I'm just gonna hurry this up. But the story, the way it ends, the way they just brushed off all the Arvin shit, like, oh yeah, Arvin, your parents are dead. Get over it. Like all of that shit, like they swept it under the rug. By the time that like you go back and you talk to Professor Clavel, Mr. Clavel, like there was no consequence for anything. We went to Area Zero when we weren't supposed to. Should have got in trouble for that. Penny got no disciplinary actions for like hacking into the Pokemon League system and like stealing money, guzzling money, giving it to you. Nimona's just she's just there. Arvin, yeah, oh, it's okay. Get over your depression, Arvin. Like your dog's okay, but your parents dead. Even though they were kind of already like they seemed like they were dead to you anyway. So it's like what? It's like the resolution. There's no resolution. It just didn't feel like anything got solved that was meaningful. I digress. Yeah, long story short, I'm just gonna put this in I'm gonna put this in low B. And based on everything I said, you may think that I would have put this lower. That's because I lied. This shit goes in C. No. I'll put it in B. Very, very low B. Very low B. Very low B. Very, very low B. The only reason why I put it in a very low B instead of like putting it in C, as in like you should skip it, is because it's one of the better experiences for the 3D games. And as far as like the new shit, like I like it, the exploration is actually nah. I can't in good conscience put that shit in B tier. I do not like it. I don't like it. The game's not it. It's not it. You can maybe skip this. In my opinion, It's skippable. It's skippable. Now, Sword and Shield. This is gonna go a lot faster. So, didn't care for the story. Story was pretty ass. The overall aesthetic of the games were pretty fun, or pretty nice. I didn't hate the graphics, even though like a lot of people tend to say that the graphics were like booty butt cheeks, like and it looks like a GameCube game. Which, I mean, Scarlet Violet also looks like a GameCube game. But it didn't look as bad. It didn't look as bad to me. As far as like the gameplay goes, they tried to like make stuff better with the DLC, and that's why I actually don't hate these games. Like, these games I do not hate because initially I thought that they were really bland when it came to like the post game content. By the way, there's no post game content in Scarlet Violet, which is also something that's dumb. And I know I didn't talk about the school shit. I'll leave that for another video. But yeah, Sword and Shield, at least there was stuff for you to do. Like, I think the wild area was a very interesting concept, because it's like you make this area that has like a bunch of different biomes, and I don't know how that's supposed to like work in world, like as far as like an explanation. I forgot, but it's cool that you get like a lot of variety, diversity of mons, and it's all in one place. It's not the entire region. I will say that the cities looked cool. Some of the cities looked really cool, but also it sucks that you couldn't really do a lot in them. It's like they built a game that was in the same style as like an OG grid-based Pokemon game, but they don't give you like any options to do much. Like in those towns, there were buildings that you can go into, which it's crazy to say that like that's even a good thing that you can even go into buildings, because you can in Scarlet and Violet. But you know, like all the buildings look the same, the insides look the same. It's almost like they just copy and pasted each building and just like put like pretty much the same NPCs in like similar NPCs in each one. There's not really any benefit to exploring. You don't really get much out of talking to people. No towns were memorable in Scarlet and Violet or Sword and Shield. I agree. The only places that I can remember, and I don't even remember the names of them from like Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield. Okay, I don't care about any of the towns from Scarlet and Violet. Honestly, all of them were trash. All of them were like absolute dog shit. But in Sword and Shield, I did really like the one town that was like for the fairy village. That place was really cool looking to me. Like, and then you having to go through like, Glenwood Tangle. I think that's what it's called. The forest, like the super like, freaking super fairy tale-esque forest right before you go into, like the fairy city. Like that was cool. I liked all that. That was like very aesthetically pleasing. I don't remember the name of the city. What other cities were cool in Scarlet Violet? Motostoke, is that the big one? Well, see, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, even the big cities didn't really have shit to do. And don't get me started on like the gyms. The gyms. Some of the gyms were okay, and some were just like, what the fuck? Like, okay, the water gym. It gave me like water puzzle vibes from like The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Like it kind of felt like that a little bit, but not as complicated, obviously. Even though I think I did get stuck a little bit for a while. I thought some of the gym puzzles were cool. I think that as far as like the gym challenge goes, Sword and Shield had one of the best interpretations of the gym challenge. And like I said, the story was butt. Hop as a rival, I'll say he's like on the upper end of rivals. Like he's not like a top tier rival. I'd say he's like high mid tier, because he actually had an arc. He had development. Being the little brother of the undefeatable champion Leon was pretty crazy, and like it gives him a lot of like responsibilities and shoes to fill, and I can see how that can give a lot of pressure. And him going thinking that he was like like really strong and then getting shut down by Bede, that like him being affected by that and them showing that, I thought that was great. That was great for the story, great for the character development, even though the story was non-existent. But yeah. Let's see. The Pokemon selection was cool. I like, it was fun. Like the DLC definitely made stuff better, even though I didn't finish all the deals, like all the stuff from the DLC. But what else? What else can we talk about for Sword and Shield? Because like the story was like pretty ass. Like Chairman Rose wanting to solve an energy crisis is not gonna happen for like another 1,000 fucking years right now. Like, yeah, sure, okay, dude. Like, fine, cool, sweet. Whatever. What else happened in that game? I do like some of the animations. Like some of the animations for moves and characters were cool. I remember when I played the game, which like the Let's Play is up on my channel. If you guys want to see like my full Let's Play of Pokemon Sword and Shield, even with some of the DLC. I really enjoy when we get to what's the name of the town where Pierce is from? Spikemouth? Whatever. When you fought some of the grunts, and then like there were these two grunts that started doing backflips, like back handsprings, and then they battle you. I was like, yo, that's cool. Like I thought that was cool. Like they have so much potential to make some crazy ass animations, yet they choose not to. Like they sprinkle some every now and again, but it's mostly them just reusing animations, which I think is incredibly lazy. And like it's like, dude, why does Hop and like fucking wait and Hop and How they just have this animation where they just keep doing this, and it's like when they talk, it's like, dude, like it looks so weird. But anyway, I give Scarlet and Violet a C. Or sorry, Sword and Shield a C. Actually, okay, wait. It's definitely a lot better than Sword. Okay. With the DLC, I'd put it B tier. I can't be like that rough on Sword and Shield, even though like the story wasn't great. The characters were pretty decent. Like that's where it kind of shined, I guess. The characters weren't complete ass. I really enjoyed the champion. He had a really fun team. The gym leaders were okay. I genuinely enjoyed the characters. The gameplay, the mechanics, like all the stuff was like it was okay. Like it was just like a very okay experience. Like, and that's what I define as solid. It's solid. It's like okay. Yeah, I can't be like too mad at it, even though I can. There's a lot of shit that I have to say about Sword and Shield, but I may save that for a whole video in and of itself. All of this stuff is just like the precursor to me potentially making videos about like reviews on all these games. So maybe that's something to look forward to. If you guys want to see something like that, let me know. Even though I've already kind of went in detail about some of these a bit. But yeah, I think it's overall okay. Okay experience. So let's go to Gen 3. Wow, it's crazy that like I was talking about Sword and Shield, and then like the fucking this music comes up. That's crazy. But okay. So let's see. So I guess I'll go with the order of release. I don't even think I played Ruby and Sapphire until after Emerald, which is kind of crazy. So, okay. Unbiasedly, I don't have too much to say about the Ruby and Sapphire experience, but I will say that it's at least B tier. It's at least B tier. It's a good time. Like Gen 3 is gonna get like some very interesting placements, but I will say that Ruby and Sapphire, they're fun. I never beat either one of them, even though I have them. I have both of them. I played Emerald. Emerald was actually the first Pokemon that I played in its entirety to like in full. Actually, no, I think. Yes, yeah. I think it was Pokemon Emerald. Now, Pokemon Emerald, I'm just gonna place it and then I'm gonna talk about it. Wait, shut. Yeah, I'm gonna place it. Okay. I think Pokemon Emerald is an A tier game. And the reason why I say it's an A tier game, remember, A tier is amazing. It is amazing. Now, let's talk about Generation 3. Generation 3 was when I knew what Pokemon was. Like, by the time that I played Pokemon Emerald, I was already hip. Like, I played the first 2 generations. I knew what was going on. I was like, all right, bet. This shit's cool. Generation 3, they, Generation 2 introduced the moving sprites, but Gen 3, I think, brought it back with Emerald with, like, some weird, like, mini animations of, like, squashing, stretching, doing some weird shit. But overall, the experience was like this is like OG Pokemon. I can't be biased in this, so I'll kind of speak from like a more like how it is to play Game Boy Advance Pokemon game. That shit ran at 60 FPS. Think about that. Like the DS games onward, yo, we're lucky if that shit runs at 30. But Game Boy Advance games, fucking smooth 60 FPS, bro. That is insane. When you're running, you feel like you're fucking kicking up the dirt and you're hauling ass. As far as like the overall stuff to do in the game, okay. I'll separate it like this. I'll talk about the Pokemon, gameplay, mechanics, story. Okay. Pokemon. I think that the Gen 3 Pokédex list, or like the Pokemon from like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, it's like one of the most interesting and diverse regional dexes. I'll say the regional dex, because the variety that you get for like a region such like Hoenn that's split, it's like, oh wait, should I do Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire with Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald? Or should I do that with I'll do it with Gen 6. I'll do it with Gen 6. Or should I do the remake separately? That's actually fuck it. I just do them in the order of release. Whatever. But Pokemon Emerald, the region was so beautiful. Oh, it was so beautiful. Like it was, I don't know if it's because like I just have a thing for pixel art, but the way that they were able to show like the dichotomy between like nature and like civilization in those games, it made it feel like the struggles between like the land and the sea that like Team Aqua and Magma were like trying to like preach about. It seemed like it was kind of believable, because on one half, like when you see like the region, it's like mostly just straight land, and then the other half is straight water, and I kind of like that. Even though like on paper, I feel like it makes more sense for it to be a little bit more land than sea, but because it's like pretty tropical, not as tropical as Alola, I'd say, but like very varied in like the weather and shit, it makes sense, and the Pokemon variety it reflects that. But yeah, some of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 3, I'd say, like the starters were fucking amazing. Like I think Gen 3 and 4 had easily the best starters, like the best overall starters. Like, and I can't be biased because my favorite starters from Generation 5, like favorite starter is Oshawott, and my favorite final Evo of a starter is Greninja. So I'm putting my biases aside. Like Gen 3, Gen 4 has the best starters, like hands down. Like as far as like their typings, their ability, move sets, like stats, like how well they perform in game. You can go Sceptile, Swampert, Blaziken in any Gen 3 game and you'll be set. You can go do the same with like the Gen 4 games, like any of the starters, and you'll be set. But yeah, gameplay. So this is like the first time where I played a Pokemon game and exploring felt like really fun and curious. Not to say that I didn't like exploring in Generation 1, 2, I didn't like exploring in Scarlet Violet, like, you know, in Sword and Shield. Like, it's fun to explore in most games, most of these games to a degree. But with Generation 4, or sorry, with Generation 3, all I have to say, the Reggie puzzle. That shit went crazy. And the fact that you had to do a lot of like exploration in general just to find like well you have to find like a lot of random stuff in these games, but I say like there was a fun amount of backtracking, and also due to like the openness of a lot of the areas, like when you go somewhere, it's like you have to get from point A to point B. But while you're trying to get from point A to point B, you see that the map, it seems like it's not linear. So as you're like going around, you go like to the first route, and then there's like desert area here, and then like a foresty area here. You're like, oh shit, like what's over here? You fuck around and find out like, you go like to a certain house, you go into the trick dude's house where you get lost and you got to figure out how to get out of there. Like it's like when you explore, there's cool shit that you can find, and it makes it so that when you're playing through the game, yeah, you have the main story, the stuff that you're supposed to be doing, but also the side stuff is fun too. You go to like the battle house where you're going north from Mauville, and you talk to this lady, this girl, and she's like, oh yeah, like my brother, he's like a trainer, and he's like going to the Pokemon League or something. He's like going to get badges, and then you fight like the win straits. You like fight the win straits, like all of them in a row, and you get like a little reward. I forget what you get. I think it's like the Macho Brace, I believe. But like that's like a cool little thing. It's like they reward you for playing the game, talking to everyone, exploring, and it's like really fun. The legendaries are really cool. Groudon, Kyogre. Oh, dude, wait, what's this? Oh, that's Giratina. Okay. Alright, I was like, why did it say Omega Ruby? Anyway, dude, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, one of the most iconic trios in Pokemon. Period. Dude, you can't go wrong with any of them. You got big Groudon, like, I always thought he was a fire type growing up, but he's ground, and it wasn't until like the primals in Oras that he actually gets fire, I'm sure. And I always liked Groudon more, but like it's like Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre for me. I know a lot of people like Kyogre, but I'm like a Groudon guy. Like I'm a Ruby guy over Sapphire, but still, like those legendaries were amazing. The Reggies were super cool. Like the fucking, you have to read Braille to figure out how to find them. And who the hell is gonna know that you have to catch a Relicanth and a Whale Lord, and you have to put them in certain place of your party. You have to go. You got to use like fucking dive in a certain area. And that's another cool thing that this game has that like no other Pokemon game has like allowed you to explore in the same way. But like the diving mechanic, you can go underwater. And there's like essentially like another map underwater. Like that's so cool. Like I think that's one of the best things that they could have done for a game where they're trying to incorporate like a battle between like the dichotomy of land and sea. It's like, okay, sure, half the region is water, and sure, other half is land, and it's like there's enough stuff to do. There's a lot of stuff you can find from like surfing and like, you know, finding little islands and shit. But like them giving you the ability to dive, like, and then find a whole bunch of like shit, like that's cool. Like exclusive Pokemon underwater. I don't think you can battle anybody underwater. Yeah, I don't think you can, to my knowledge. But still, and like it's cool. It's like a cool mechanic. I wish that they'd explored more in like some more modern games, because like instead of taking features, mechanics, and making them exclusive to older games, why not just taking those mechanics and building upon them and putting them in new games, so that it's like, yeah, you can see where certain mechanics started versus like where they are now. But I digress. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, amazing. The Battle Frontier, I know a lot of people rave about the Battle Frontier. It's a really fucking great facility. It's like really cool to have post game, and it's cool that like Like we got the introduction of Scott, someone who was like scouting like trainers and shit, like strong trainers to like build like for the battle frontier. It's cool that you have a dad in these games. Latias are amazing. I'm not gonna like ramble too long about Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, but yeah, Emerald, amazing game. Like it's one of the I think that it's the definitive way to experience Generation 3 or like the Hoenn region. Whoa, like oh god, and now fucking Wally Steve is playing. Yeah. So Fire Red Leaf Green, amazing. I'm not a Gen 1 stan by any means, but I will say that this is the definitive way to experience Generation 1, or at least Kanto. I have my own thoughts and opinions about Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but dude, the graphics look great. Like I love the art style for like the Generation 3 games. It's so timeless. It doesn't matter like how long you go, like how whatever new games come out, like you will always appreciate the art style for Generation 3. It's just so good. It's just so good. Like everything's so crispy, vibrant, fast paced. Like I like that this is like post like the special split from Generation Wait. Oh, no. This isn't. So this is when like moves were still of a certain type. The physical special split did not happen yet. That's right. For what it's worth, it doesn't really affect things too much for casual playthroughs. But I mean, it wasn't that bad. I thought the game was still like very enjoyable. I really enjoyed the Versus Seeker. Not too many games allow you to re-battle Pokemon trainers, so it's nice that it gives you another way to grind in these games. Let's see what else. The Teachy TV was like a really cool concept. Like I like how you had the Fame Checker. Even though these games were like surprisingly handholdy. Like there's a lot of tutorial shit. Oh, something that I really liked about these games that they also have in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum is like the recap feature. Sometimes you'll play a game and like you just won't remember what the fuck you were doing or where you were at or why you were where you were at. And in Fire Red Leaf Green, you boot up the game and it shows you the last things that you did leading up until where you are now and when you last saved. So it helps kind of refresh yourself or if you haven't played the game in a while. And I think that's like a really niche thing that kind of goes like a lot of people don't talk about it. Like actually, I don't think anyone talks about it, but I think it was really cool. Really dope addition. What else can I say about this game? The Sevi Islands, I think it was a really cool addition to the story, and a nice way to tie things into Gen 3 a little bit. That was cool, having the expanded story to flesh out like what will eventually become the Team Rocket admin leaders and shit for Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Gold, Silver, Crystal. They even foreshadowed Silver, which I thought was really cool. What else? They even put in the legendary dogs or like the legendary beasts, so that like based on which starter you get one of those roaming. Which you got to be careful because like I hear that if you knock one out and I think there was like something where like if you knock one out, you can't save because otherwise it'll just be gone for good. So be careful with that if y'all play that game. I know that another thing that people complain about is the fact that the games are essentially the same outside of like some slight differences in which Pokemon you can get, and also the non-Kanto Pokemon not being able to get or you're not able to get the non-Kanto mons, like evolving Golbat into Crobat, stuff like that. Like yeah, sure, like that's definitely like a hassle, and it's kind of annoying that they like lock that stuff to the post game. There's really no excuse for it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no excuses for it. That is like a really dumb decision. For me, it doesn't take away that much from the gameplay. I think that it's still worth playing, and it's not like an end all be all for this game. So yeah, overall, yeah, Fire Red Leaf Green, solid as shit. Like the music goes crazy. Like yeah. There's not more I can say about it. Oh wait, there's a lot of games left. Okay, so I'm gonna make a lot of these like a lot shorter, just so I'm not like, well, how long is this room? Uh, 2 hours? Yeah, no, this is cool so far. Okay, so, do I want to do Gen 4 right now? Okay, wait, so I do like, cause I did like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire. Like I should do like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and then I do Arceus and BDSP. Or no. Actually, I should do okay, I'll do all of the Generation 4 games together. Just so that makes things a little easier. And then I'll go Gen 7, and then I'll do Heart Gold, Soul Silver, then do Generation 6, then I'll do 5 last. Yeah, okay. I'll do Gen 4 together, because that makes the most sense. Alright, so starting off with Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. I'll put that right there. I'll put this right here. Gen 4 may be a tiny bit longer since I'm gonna do like 6 games. Okay. Alright. And you know what? Actually, no. Piggybacking off of me doing Fire Red, Leaf Green, I'll just knock out Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I think that yeah. Okay, so real quick. BDSP, B, DPA. We'll get there. We'll get there. I just want to quickly do Let's Go. Long story short, I think Let's Go is the best looking 3D Pokemon game on the Switch. It's not even close. Like, the game looks freaking amazing. It is the epitome of polish for what they're trying to do. I think that the Pokemon following you around and the way that they implemented it is godlike. It's amazing. It's great. I don't like that they changed the main characters, but I also don't hate that they still included Red, Blue, Green, and like Red, Blue, and Leaf. Is their name Leaf? I haven't even beaten the games yet. Like, I actually didn't beat them, so I should put them down here. But I'm gonna be like objective with my opinion. And look, okay, wait. The only reason why I say you can maybe skip, and I know that like yellow being higher than like Let's Go is like weird, so I actually might let's see. Do I think Let's Go is a better game than Scarlet and Violet? No. Do I think Yellow is a better game than Scarlet and Violet? No. So for that, I'm bringing this down. Gonna make some arrangements. Hey yo, Crystal do kind of slap though. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not the same. Like the game like Let's Go they're fun. But it's just Kanto. It's just Kanto again, and there's not really a lot to do in that game either. Like I will give Scarlet and Violet like that over like Let's Go, even though it's not by a lot. Like there's still more to do. I'm looking at this list and I'm trying to make sure that I put okay, because Crystal is pretty solid. Crystal is such a really solid experience, and being able to like do everything you can in that game, even though it's retro and there's like a lot of problems with like Johto, I still think that people could have like just as fun as an experience playing that as opposed to Scarlet and Violet. But will I put this over? And like plus Let's Go has megas. But there's no abilities. Yeah, it's like you can skip this. You can skip this. I'd say like that's the most skippable, then this, then that. Yeah. Alright. So I played OG Diamond like a while after it came out. It wasn't. It was before Platinum, but it was like a little bit after it came out. And just to go through some things, like first the Pokemon, like I was saying before, the starters go crazy. The starters go crazy. Piplup, Chimchar, Turtwig, amazing. I went Chimchar, although I have been known to go Turtwig on some. I think Turtwig is one of the most adorable first stage grass starters. He's such a goober. He's like a little goober, and like in the anime, I really enjoyed Ash's Turtwig. And I'm trying not to let the anime influence or affect my decisions for these placements, because they quite honestly don't really matter too much, like in relation to the to like the placements, since they're really not involved. But okay. So as far as like Pokemon, the selection was really fun. So Generation 4 felt like it was like the first. Generation 4 was the first Pokemon games that I experienced new. Like, by the time that Diamond and Pearl got announced, I was already into Pokemon. Like, that's when I was into Pokemon, and I was like, oh shit, this is the next new game. And with that being said, I didn't know what to expect. I just knew, like, okay, what's the next Pokemon game gonna be? I'm gonna get it. I want to play it because it looks hype. And this was kind of meant to be like the Pokemon games that were trying to push for more. And before I go into that in full detail, I'm just gonna say that you can skip these. They are better. They are better. They are better than this. Shit. They're better than that. These, I'd say, are probably better than these. Yeah. Even though I haven't beaten Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Just going based on like what I've seen, like difficulty there, sure. God, they've been butchering remakes. They have been really butchering remakes for quite some time. But all right. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to explain Platinum first, and then I'm going to place it. Hopefully, like you guys are, like the audio is good. You guys are still able to hear me clearly and whatnot. So, okay. When it comes to Pokemon Platinum, the definitive Generation 4 experience. Holy shit, these games are a vibe. Now, I'm not gonna lie and say that I am like a huge Gen 4 fan, because I like Gen 4 a lot. I'm a fan, but compared to like other games, there are some areas where it misses. So I'll explain the places that it misses first, and then go into the pros, because like there's way more pros than cons. Now, again, like. Wait, what? Well, okay. So, as far as like the must play, I think maybe you can say that the Amazings are must plays. Because I'm not saying that that the Amazings aren't. I think the Amazings are a must play, but what I consider to be like a must play is if you were to only play one Pokemon game, and if you played that one game and you didn't have to play any other one at all, which ones would be the most, like, you have to play this game? Like there's no, like, if someone said, like, hey, I had every console that I can play Pokemon on, what game should I get? What game should I play? Those are what I'm going to put into S. Because it doesn't matter where you start and, like, where you finish. The S tier will be the ones that are like, hey, you have to, like, if this is the only Pokemon game you play, and this is how you judge the Pokemon franchise, play this game. And I am not saying that. So look, the A tier, everything in the A tier may as well be like soft S's. Like, they're soft S tiers. Like, actually, let me see. I want to. Should I rearrange this? Actually, no. I'll keep this the same. But maybe at the end I'll do like some slight like rearranging. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Platinum, Black, White 1, X, Y are must plays. Okay. I actually have some pretty interesting takes on like the Gen 6 games. You do Heart Gold, Soul Silver wrong. Put chili powder in my eyes and drop shampoo. Damn, you're gonna do me dirty? Okay, wait. All right, no, don't worry. Because, like, yeah, look, they're going to be very solid takes in my opinion. Because, like, you see that there's a double S tier, and then there's an S tier. Now, okay, actually, yeah, because, like, when I start to explain, like, after a certain game, we're going to rearrange the tier list just a little bit. So think of this as, like, kind of like the tentative fake out tier list. All right. Okay, where was I? So Generation 4 was the first gen that I experienced brand new. Going into it, I'm just gonna explain my Platinum experience. Me going through that game, I just recently played through Pokemon Diamond, and believe it or not, I actually emulated Platinum first, because this is back when games used to come out in Japan first, and then they would come out in the States like half a year later, like a couple months later. But it was really annoying because so much shit would leak, but at the same time you would only have the game in Japanese, so no one understood what was going on. They'd just be mashing through the game and just overall judging it based on that. And then when the game officially came out, or when it had translation patches, that's when we really got to experience the game, outside of you buying the game normally. But I bought the game. I own. Let's see. Look, looky here. We got two of these bad boys. One is unfortunately a fake copy, which is this one. I thought that I got it authentic, but it wasn't, and I haven't played it, and I didn't want to sell it back or trade it in. But then I got my authentic copy of Platinum, which I got my copy of Emerald in that bitch. You know what I'm saying? You know, yes sir. But yeah, it cost me like I think at the time when I bought this copy of Platinum, it was like maybe like 130, like 120, 130 in the box, which is actually like pretty good. But I digress. So Pokemon, it felt natural, or it felt very like familiar, because a lot of the Pokédex in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, or like the Sinnoh regional decks, are the fully evolved forms of like mons that we got from Generation 1, 2, 3. So it felt like this was like completing that cycle of, hey, here's where we started, progressing with like the lore, the story, and all that stuff. Like, this is where the final, like, I guess I can say like, this is like the ultimate version of Pokemon. Like, this is what Junichi Masuda said he was aiming for when he made Pokemon Platinum. He wanted it to be the ultimate version of Pokemon. and or like the most definitive edition of the definitive editions, if that makes any sense. That's not what he said, but like that's how I'm interpreting it. And man, we got some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Like I have like some like a lot of my favorite Pokemon come from gens 3, 4, 5. Do I have it? 6, 7, 9. But I digress. So the creation trio, the legendaries. Let's talk about the legendaries, dude. We got the arguably the most like iconic trio, the most powerful trio, being Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and we have God in this game. We have Arceus, dude. We have the God of Pokemon introduced in this game. The lore, crazy. The fucking mons, like they all go fucking crazy. Now, the availability of the mons and the availability of certain types and stuff do kind of like get a little bit more curious. You're not able to get certain like evolutions until later. Some evolutionary items are like locked until like I think post game or just like really late game. And let's see what else. What else? Like there's like fucking 2 fire type lines in the game, which like 2 or 3, which is tough. I think they fixed it in Platinum. They gave you like 3 or 4. Like I think it's like Infernape, Ponyta, the Magby line. Unless I'm forgetting anything else. But yeah, so like they give you a little bit of options. What else? This is when we got this physical special split, and honestly, this is when I became a little bit more aware of like competitive battling. God of Pokemon introduced, but still 5th best selling. Damn. Well, I mean, compared to like back then, I think more people have access to like the major consoles that Pokemon are on now. Because I think if more people had the consoles back in the day, then like these games would have like sold even more. Because you got to consider stuff like inflation and just how much it costs to get like some of these consoles back then for like kids that were growing up on Pokemon. Like people like my age. Well, okay, people who are my age were probably into Pokemon, but it's like more so my parents' age. Like those are the people who grew up and was like, oh, Pokemon's a big freaking deal, and they like knew more stuff about it. But like I don't think people were like kids my age like at the time were able to get their own consoles for Pokemon unless their parents were getting it. So compared to like now where everybody and their mothers has a Switch, PS4, Xbox, all that good shit, or PS5, Xbox, whatever, it's more accessible. It's more accessible now. I think that plays into it too. But yeah, physical special split, like Mons getting like better moves and like typings, like evolutions, really cool. The way people would get bullied for playing Pokemon. Yeah. I don't think I got like bullied for playing Pokemon. Like I was always like very upfront with like the shit that I was into, and I don't think people really gave me too much shit for it. But people like I know when Black and White came out, which like I'll talk about this like when I get to Black and White. But when my friends would ask me like, oh, like or I talk about the new Pokemon games, it's like, oh, like isn't the names getting kind of stupid? Like aren't they running out of ideas and all that stuff? It more so really started with Black and White, but Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, like it was getting close. But anyway, the mechanics. Oh, I forgot to talk about contests in Emerald. But I mean, I didn't really. Okay, all right. I'll quickly go back to Emerald just because I wanted to say this. I actually found out how to do the Feebas thing, as in like, oh, you just had, it was only in a few tiles in the entire like on like 2 routes. I caught legit Feebas, and I got it to evolve into my Milotic, did all the shit, did the contest shit, and I thought it was fun. Contests were actually a really fun thing to do in those games, which is why I appreciate that they brought everything back that was in Emerald into these games. Like, as far as content, like, Generation 4 has some of the best content in a Pokemon game, or in like the mainline games. Yeah, Milotic W. Like they had contests, super contests. They had the Battle Frontier. They had the Poke Radar, which was really cool. Like I don't wait was I think that was the first introduction of the Poke Radar, which was a cool little device to let you like search for very specific Pokemon, or like not very specific, but it helped you shiny hunt better. It helped you like get mons easier. It was fun. It was fun. They had the roaming legendaries, which like are hit or miss, like the Lake Trio, which I thought were cool. Cresselia, Darkrai. Darkrai is a sick design. I love Darkrai. Darkrai is one of my top mythical Pokemon ever introduced. Let's see what else. Pokemon, the mechanics, gameplay. The game was really slow. We all know the game was really slow. They were fighting. They were fighting really hard to make things work on that console. But they kind of made it work. The fucking amount of HMs that you had to use in that game, man, too many. See, that's like the thing that I hated about the early Pokemon games, is like you had to use so many HMs. Oh, Lunala over Cresselia? Moon Pokemon? Oh, you just like Moon Pokemon in general. You don't like them removing HMs? That's a really interesting take. I miss sweeping the Elite Four with Surf. Well, I mean, you can still get like the moves. I don't know like how you get it in like Scarlet and Violet, but like you love HM Slays? Damn, you're toxic. You're toxic. But dude, yeah, there's a lot of like really dope Moon Pokemon. I think all of the Pokemon that they've made that have been influenced or inspired by like the Crescent Moon or Moon designs all go crazy. We have Umbreon, Lunala, Cresselia, Lunatone, fucking yeah. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. But all of the Celestial Pokemon look really cool. But we got that Gen 4 music playing right now. Hey, perfect timing. So yeah, the story and characters. You never liked Darkrai? That's crazy. That's crazy. Story and characters. So I'd say that the characters in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum were not particularly strong. They were pretty okay for a Pokemon game, I suppose. And the same with like Emerald. Like the first couple generations, they were still kind of getting their bearings for like character story, all that good stuff. So it's not too bad. But for Platinum, I'd say like my favorite character. Oh, I know everyone. This is Sinnoh. Sinnoh is like the home of Cynthia. Like Cynthia mommy, like all that. Yeah, I think Cynthia's cool. Super overrated. So freaking overrated, man. Okay, look, I'm just not one of those dudes. I'm not like one of those guys who loves Cynthia like everybody else does. Do I think that she's an amazing champion, has a great design, has amazing battle music, has an amazing team, has cool lore? Absolutely. It's just that, outside of her being like a mommy, being strong, having a cool design, having great music, and having a seemingly like solid personality, her involvement in the story doesn't really make you love her, I'd say. Because like it's mostly like everything else, because in the game she doesn't really do a lot, which they kind of rectify in Platinum. They kind of made her do a little bit more in Platinum, but she's still just kind of like this trainer who's there. Like she helps you out with like the end game with Cyrus and like Giratina, which the Distortion World. Oh, hey, yo, oh shit, yeah, yeah, the Distortion World. That's fire. That's fire. Like, dude, you only recognize Lance. Sheesh. Don't worry, we're gonna get the Heart Gold, Soul Silver. That's gonna come up soon. Dude, I feel like every game that I talk about, the song or a track plays from that game when I talk about it, because I have this like playlist on like random. But yeah, so the story, Team Galactic, I'd say like they're one of like the better evil teams, mostly because like it's a combination of like them having like a solid enough leader, but the admins being kind of mediocre to okay, and like the grunts being kind of ass. So the grunts, those motherfuckers didn't know what was going on. They didn't know what they were doing. The admins had like a better idea, even though they kind of like they're very on the nose with a lot of shit. They just tell you stuff. Cyrus felt like the first true menacing like evil team leader, which I really appreciate. The story, it felt like the story was trying to do something, but it didn't hit like some of the other stories that I'm going to talk about very soon. Very soon. But I will say it definitely wasn't that bad. Cyrus wanting to make a new universe using the essence of the creators of time and space, also like the beings of emotion. I thought that it was pretty interesting that despite Cyrus seemingly having no emotions, he's the one who gets angry at the end of the game when he can't. Well, actually no, like that's in Diamond and Pearl. Like he has a Pokemon that evolves based on its love and affection, but also he acts like he has no emotions, yet he showed like there's a lot of scenes where he shows that he has emotions. Like I gotta replay Platinum, because like I honestly haven't played through that game in a minute, and I really want to, but right now I'm playing through Gen 5, and oh boy. But yeah, as far as like the story, definitely wasn't bad. I mean, for a Pokemon game, it wasn't bad. It definitely had direction, and I do like the climax. The climax was really fun, being like, yo, you have to go to like the peak of like the world, essentially, like peak of their world, and stop this fucking lunatic from using the literal gods to like create a new universe. And then while that shit's happening, he like this fucking wormhole opens up to a different dimension, and then the fucking equivalent of like the devil comes out and like sucks sucks in Cyrus. Like, yo, that like, dude, and then you got to go into this alternate dimension to like fight this like demon Pokemon and like fight like the evil team leader. Okay, yeah, and for that, I have to put. Oh yeah, in addition to this game having one of the most fleshed out post games that you can get, especially compared to what we get now, because we don't get shit now. Being like the battle resort, like the whole Looker. This is the game that introduced Looker. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like you can plant berries in this game, same as Emerald. Like it's good. Yeah. This is going to be the first must play. Even though I initially didn't want to put it this high, I think that objectively, Pokemon games based on post game content. Oof. All right. Yeah. Platinum is 100% a must play, because like in areas where Pokemon Emerald didn't quite hit the mark fully, Platinum was like, hey, hold my beer. I'm gonna do you, but better. That's what Platinum is. And although I didn't want to put Platinum so high initially, like the way I'm gonna rearrange the tier list, it's going to make sense. But yeah, I'd say Platinum is an S tier game. It's a must play. Now, Pokemon Legends Arceus. I'm going to rate it, then I'm going to talk about it, then I'm going to be done, and that's going to be it. So yo, look. All right. Y'all ready for this? Are you ready? This might be a little controversial. This is gonna be a little controversial. So I'm gonna put it there, and I'm gonna talk about it. All right. So let me talk about it. Let me talk about it. Let me. Okay. Give me like a. Okay. I'm gonna let it simmer. I'm gonna let it simmer. Let y'all like sit with that for a second. Let it cook. Let it ruminate. Yo. Look. Yo. Hey yo. Look. Here's my thing about Pokemon Legends Arceus. Without going too deep into a super long-winded rant like I have been doing. Man, wait. But like Okay, hear me out. First of all, story non-existent. Trash, booty butt cheeks. There's no payoff. There's nothing that happens. There's no character development for anybody. It seems like they just threw in all these old characters just to make them like cameo in like a retro version or like older time version of the game. But there's no story. No one like yeah. There's lore, but like that's all there is. Like what this game was supposed to be was like a story that would help flesh out and understand the story of Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, which is like us getting to see what happened back in the past. Look, I'm not denying that. Look, I had more fun playing Legends Arceus than Scarlet and Violet by a little bit. Sometimes. Your shoulder meat out on Violet. Wait. Let me cook. So the story was trash. It didn't seem like okay. Let me word it like this. The story was trash. The plot was semi-interesting. The reason why the story and the plot brings the game down heavily for me, even though there's other things that bring the game down, such as like the graphics, the overall like content, and the music, is because in this game it was supposed to be the shit that everyone was talking about that happened from Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Without over elaborating, they tell you about how fucking Giratina was banished for his violence, and like it being malevolent or malevolent is that, I think that's the word. Yeah, and they told us about how the original one, Arceus, like he did all this like stuff. He created the universe. He did all this stuff. Cool. We heard certain things about like ancient lore from like Sinnoh, like about how Cynthia's grandmother used to be like from like a lore keeper or the dragon tamer, like some shit. It's like they give you enough stuff in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum to where it's like, I wonder how that stuff played out. Oh, I wonder how like Cresselia and Darkrai managed to become rivals. It's like I wonder how like the lakes form, like the three lakes for the Lake Guardians form, how all this stuff happened. Oh, I wonder how like these like cities and towns came to be. When, if anything, Legends Arceus feels like the start of the story that they should have been trying to tell for a prequel to Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, because like that's what Arceus is. It feels like the unfinished first part of a bigger thing. And as far as like the gameplay, yeah, sure, it's fun to catch Pokemon for like an hour or two, but there's nothing else to do in the game. Like all the side quests revolves around catching Pokemon. Like this may as well be the Pokemon catching simulator, which is basically what fucking Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were. But I'd say that like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are better because like in some ways, because you can actually like battle trainers. Like in this game, you don't even really get to use your Pokemon for shit. It's like, what's the point in catching 30 of one type of Pokemon to help complete your Pokédex if there's no one to battle? You can't battle them. There's no extra activities. You can't like do contests. You can't do anything like substantial with like the Pokemon. You're just catching them just to catch them and look at them. It's like you're collecting them just to have them, which goes to the whole argument on like when people catch too many Pokemon in the newer games and they just box them. Like that's like, dude, that's Legends Arceus, but you actually have no use for them. Damn, you didn't finish it? Look. I will say that Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, they are making progress in some ways towards what Pokemon could be if it really wanted to shine. But Legends Arceus, I say maybe skip. The reason why I say maybe skip is because it may not be for everyone. I say that the C tier is one of the more divisive tiers just because these games that I may not personally find to be that good, but objectively, there may be elements of these games that people may like, which may lead them to play it. Now, I can't say that this will 100% make these a solid experience for most people. Like maybe you going and exploring, doing something more chill, laid back, like going and catching Pokemon and finding them randomly is that's up your alley. And if that is, then you wouldn't skip it. You wouldn't want to skip this game. But then I can't say that objectively that alone would make the game a solid experience or amazing or must play, because objectively the reasons why I like to play games, which is like for the story, but also even if the game story isn't phenomenal, the gameplay can save it, which is going to come into play when I talk about Heart Gold, Soul Silver, because that's going to be a game that has a shitty story, but the gameplay is so immaculate. I don't care about the story. Like spoiler alert, it's going to be high, but like Heart Gold, Soul Silver is the epitome of how you can make a game that doesn't have like a great story, even for a Pokemon game, and I still play that shit for hours. And that's why the Johto games are ranked decently high-ish. Like even like Crystal, I rate Crystal higher because even though the story is ass, there's a lot to do in the game. Like you can shiny hunt. It just introduced breeding. You can't even breed in Legends Arceus. That's crazy. Like you have to go and just find baby Pokemon and just catch them. But like you can go to Kanto. You can like do it's just enough stuff. You have a lot to do in those games. But in Legends Arceus, once you've completed the Pokédex, like once you've caught all the Pokemon, which is the requirement for battling Arceus and being able to get Arceus in that game, what else are you going to do outside of finishing the side quests? Okay, you finish the side quests, which you most likely will have completed by completing the Pokédex, because all the side quests revolves around you catching Pokemon. Like, okay, you build up Jubilife town. Okay. What else is there to do in the game? There's nothing. For me, it's a maybe skip. It's a maybe skip. I can't put it as high as like Emerald and like Platinum or even Sword and Shield, because like as far as like the content and what you do in the game, there's no content. There's no content. There's no story. Sure, what's there can be fun. Like, yeah, but you can't just judge a game's objective, like rating based on how fun it is, because, like, the game could be flawed and still be fun. But would you say that, like, a game that has really, really fun gameplay, but, like, has a very shitty art style, like, the art's bad, like, the graphics are bad, and, like, maybe, like, it even performs kind of bad, but the gameplay itself is kind of fun, would you rate that higher than a game that has like a good story, or a decent story, like okay gameplay, but like it has like a lot of content? Probably not. So for that, like you can maybe skip Arceus. And I know for most people they rate that like the lowest that they probably rate it is like A, B. I know a lot of people put like Arceus in their S, and I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. That is insane. But all things considered, I'll plop this into B tier. I'm not. I can't leave it in S. I mean, I can't leave it in C. I can't leave it in C. It's okay for what it's trying to do. It's okay for what it's trying to do. Will I replay this game? Fuck no. Fuck no. Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon, at least. I'm not replaying this game anytime soon. But I will say that it's a fun time. Yeah, unlike some other games. Causing my skate colors. That's hilarious. Okay. Will I say Arceus is more fun than Crystal? I don't know. There's still so much more to do in these two games though. Alright, whatever. Okay, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so wait, that was Generation 3 and 4, even though that was long-winded as fuck. I mean, like, it had to be. It had to be. Wait, do I have any other things to say about Legends Arceus? I think riding Pokemon was cool. What else? What else is there about Legends Arceus that I'm, like, maybe missing? Oh, the character customization was kind of fun. I mean, like the outfits are kind of okay. You can't really customize your character that much. Mid experience. Yeah, it's a pretty mid experience. Okay. I guess I'll do Generation 7 now. Okay. So this is going to be quite a interesting take, and I'll try not to make these too long. I'd say out of the mainline games, this is easily the second best story in a mainline Pokemon game. And then they fucked it up in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I don't see how they can. God, man, just thinking about this makes me so salty. It makes me so salty because they did such a good job with the story in Sun and Moon, and then they took everything that was there and they fucked it up and made. Okay, so just to quickly. I'm okay. I can't even do this I want to do this justice. So okay, I'll say this right now. The next Pokemon game that I play, like for the channel, it may be Sun and Moon. It may be Sun and Moon, and I want it to be Sun and Moon. But anyway, so the story you start off the game with like 12 hours of tutorial, and then the rest of the game you can actually play it. So I'm just going to talk about the Pokemon first. I enjoy the starters. This is the first time that I wanted to choose the grass starter and chose the grass starter over both the water and fire starter. So by the time we got to Generation 7, I had chosen one of each type of starter Pokemon. And it took me until Gen 7 to choose the grass starter for the first playthrough of a region. Sun and Moon walkthrough in 2027 finna be lit. Hey yo, look, it's gonna be this year. Honestly, it might be next month. It might be next month because I'm gonna start. I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom on my own time. I've been knocking out some like side shit, and I think I'm gonna do the same thing with Persona 5, so that when I play Persona 5, I'm only doing story. And I can expedite it. Because, like, I'm trying to finish Persona 5 and Tears of the Kingdom probably by the end of next month. Yeah. So, like trust me, I'm getting a better sense of, like, my time management, all this good stuff. But Yeah, we're just only gonna be doing story when we play these games on stream. So don't worry, don't worry. All right, so yeah, so the story about like Lily, like the family drama, which Shigeru Omori, like hit ever since he like got like the reins for these newer Pokemon games. The stories have been a lot more science fiction, like sci-fi and family drama esque, and it shows because like everything that came out after like fucking Black and White or after X and Y, it just feels like Omori. Okay, so I like the starters. Decidueye is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Mimikyu is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. I love Mimikyu. I really like the Pokemon from Gen 7. I think that they're really chill. Yeah, a lot of people say like it's kind of tough to like they're all slow as fuck, which is fair. Like me personally, I lean towards Pokemon that are faster, hit hard, cast form hard ass. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed the experience with the mons. Like the new mons were cool. The legendaries were interesting, and I really enjoyed the twist that Cosmog or Nebby, being the Pokemon that like Lily always carried in her bag, turns out to be the freaking box art legendary. Like that was the one of the only twists in a modern Pokemon game that actually gave me surprise Pikachu face. I was like, hey yo, what's like when we got to the end of like the Sun and Moon pillar, and we were playing like the Sun and Moon flutes, which that whole sequence was amazing. Oh, dude, the story in this game was so good. The story, good story. You get to the point where you're playing Sun and Moon flutes, and then out of nowhere, like her bag, like Nebby in the bag, like starts to like shake, and then it goes into the center, and then it almost gives me the same energy, which I think they probably use this as a reference, but like that transformation sequence is the same energy as the awakening of Zekrom and Reshiram. Like I think that every Pokemon game that's come out after Black and White has in some way, shape, or form mimicked either an aspect or an element of that game and incorporated it into its main story and or plot. And outside of like the awakening of Lunala and Solgaleo, another thing that I'll say is in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon is the fusion of Necrozma, or the third legendary, with the two box art legendaries from the first game. I think, I mean, you can say what you want, that was ripped strictly from Black and White 2, because Omori was like trying to like Gen 5 was so good. Everything like from Gen 5 carries over in some way into the other games, because like they couldn't think of any better way to do like the new games, and it starts to like decline as like they start to rush them out. But I digress. This isn't about Gen 5 yet, but I really love the concept of Ultra Beasts, like Pokemon from different dimensions. Like that shit's cool. Like imagine if like we just started to randomly get creatures from other universes or like other dimensions. Like that shit would be wild. Like I like the sci-fi element of it, and it's just like really interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. And like the designs were so unique and like cool. I really like their stat distributions and how the Tapus had to like fight them. Like the Tapus, the island deities. I thought that was such a cool concept. It like I think even though that the introduction, like the beginning of Sun Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, is way too long, there's way too much tutorial, and there's way too many cutscenes, and just like in the entire game, like way too many cutscenes, way too much hand holding. I still think that when you can actually play the game, it's a good time. It's a really fucking good time. And this isn't me being like particularly biased, because this is someone who's played every Pokemon game in order of release since the very beginning, and just seeing how it's changed and how it evolves over time. Like going into the mechanics, I really like that they completely got rid of like the HMs and just get ride Pokemon. I felt like it was like the most natural progression for Pokemon, and we should have had it. Like I think that we should have seen ride Pokemon as early as like maybe Gen 5, honestly. Because like on paper, like they could have done something like that, But well, maybe with the sprites it would have been a little bit trickier. But I digress. I digress. You didn't play Sun and Moon? Well, don't worry, cause like unless you have a DS, 3DS, or sorry, 3DS, and you plan on playing it soon, I'll do a playthrough of it, and you can live vicariously through that. You want HM's back? No. 5 team slots? No. No, we don't want it. But oh man, wait. So like, where was it? Pokemon, like the Pokemon rate, story characters, mechanics. Let's see. What did they introduce? Oh yeah, the riding mechanics. Riding was really cool. Even though I wish that like you could have soared on Charizard throughout the islands, that would have been cool. Or like maybe you could have chose like your own Pokemon. I definitely recommend getting a 3DS. It's definitely worth getting. It's definitely worth owning. Let's see how long have we been streaming? 3 hours. Nice. I mean, this is a thick girthy tier list, so like shit, may as well. All right, so let's see. Other mechanics. Pokepelago was cool. It was like a cool way for you to like EV train your Pokemon, like let them go out, do missions, like bring back like your jellies so you can get better affection. I forgot all of what the Pokepelago was for, which is why I'm also I'm playing through Pokemon Ultra Sun right now, because I've only played through Usum once. I played through Sun once, Usum once. Okay, actually, real quick, I'll like roughly tell you guys how many times I've played each Pokemon game. So, starting with here, I've played like red, blue, quote unquote, about 3 or 4 times. Like, I played Pikachu, like maybe, or like yellow. I played yellow like maybe like 2 or 3 times. I've played Diamond and Pearl, actually maybe like once each. Didn't beat Let's Go. Played Gold, Silver, maybe like once. Never finished. Did finish that. Scarlet Violet once. Crystal, I've played that maybe like twice. Played this maybe like once, but didn't beat it. Didn't fully beat Legends Arceus. I mean, like, I beat the main story, but like I haven't like done the Volo shit in post game. You said the last 5 games finna make you tight. I don't think so. I think like my placements for like the last 5 are gonna be pretty solid takes. Sword and Shield I only played once. Oh my god, Fire Red Leaf Green. Oh my god. I played Fire Red Leaf Green like dummy time. I'd say at least like 4 or 5 times. 4 or 5 times. I played Emerald like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, like 3 or 4 times. I played Platinum like twice, 2 or 3. Yeah, because like Platinum's long. That's a long ass game. But anyway, so story. I thought the story with like Lily being neglected, kind of like verbally abused by the mother, Lusamine going kind of like batshit because losing her husband Gladion, I think was like a really dope rival, like one of the best rivals. Gladion easily. Wait, did I talk about the rivals from? Oh yeah, the fucking Legends Arceus didn't have a real rival. Sun and Moon, or sorry, Sword and Shield, like their rivals were okay. Marnie was like a missed opportunity because like I love golf girls and she could have been done better. Bede was okay. Nice little arc, but whatever. Like I know some people say like, oh yeah, he was like taken in by like Chairman Rose and like his development was crazy because like he was an orphan. Like, and you know who else was a fucking orphan? And when we get there, see, it's like every game takes some aspect from Black and White's story and Black and White's content, Black and White's games, and remixes it, rehashes it, and puts it into a newer game. It's like Gen 5 had everything, but I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. This is about Sun and Moon. Lily, amazing character. Gladion, like, amazing character. Like, he wanted to find his independence, because after seeing his family collapse and, like, going to shit after, like, the mental breakdown that his mother has, like, he felt like he had to go off and get stronger and figure out how to deal with things on his own, so he can, like, help come back and be, like, the man that the family needs, because they don't have, like, a father figure or, like, anyone there, which is, like, the essentially, like, how most Pokemon, like, protagonists, like, end up just only having a mom. So it's cool to see that Gladion wanted to do something different, so he joins Team Skull to, like, you know, like do what he needs to do with his partner Null, which I think that shit's cool. It's a super edgy. He's so edgy, and I love it. Like, and he has one of the dopest freaking themes. Like, he has like one of the coolest battle themes. Like, man, so it's so good. It's so good. Gladion, an amazing character. Team Skull being like my favorite, my favorite designed evil team in the franchise. Like, they're a bunch of like hip hop thugs. Like, dude, they're a bunch of like rejected like trial goers. By the way, Sun and Moon, they don't have gyms, but like they have trials, which are basically gyms, because like you get like Z crystals, which are essentially gym badges in a way. They're treated in the same energy. Yeah, like they were rejected. They couldn't complete the trials, so they formed a team, and like they started like trying to make it harder for other people to complete the island trials to become the Isle Trial Challenge champion or whatever. Really cool. And then like the Ether Foundation, they initially wanted to make things seem like they were a preservation group for Pokemon, which like on paper it's like, dude, like this is great. Like, yeah, sure. People wanted to make the argument that in Gen 5, like, oh, like, are Pokemon really being abused and mistreated? Like, oh, are Pokemon like always like oh no, this is a utopia. Like, surely like nowhere in the world are Pokemon ever mistreated or abused or like even orphaned or anything like that. Yet, like, you know, years later, we get this where the Ether Foundation makes like they're an organization that makes a habitat or a place for these Pokemon to like strive and thrive, even though some of the Pokemon that they get put in there are directly due to like them hiring Team Skull to like do some like shady shit, which goes back to the concept of Black and White, which I'm not even trying to like be funny, but it's like it's like, oh hey, wow, like having like the surprise twist, dude. The biggest surprise for me in Sun and Moon was Wick not being a villain. Wick being just like a thick as fuck, like mommy, bro. Bro. Everybody thought that Wick was gonna be like an evil, like an evil character. Oh, she's gonna turn into like a bad guy. Yo, Wick's thick ass was like with us the whole way, and you know what? For that, amazing. I think I'll put it. Yeah. I'll definitely put it like above that. Now, story was fire. There's a lot of good moments. Like I mostly like glossed over some shit, but like it's. I don't want to spoil too much, even though I basically spoiled like a lot. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Man, it's like they improve in almost every way. But the story. This story takes like a hit because they wanted to just do things differently. Also, I may like bring this up if I like do a review for Sun and Moon, but I'll just leave this as like a footnote here, so like future me can see, like the future me that's editing this can see this me and be like, damn, I gotta write that down. But essentially, when it comes to something that was a huge missed opportunity for the Generation 7 games is the fact that your ride Pokemon, you couldn't use that to fully traverse the world, or sorry, the region of Alola, sorry. I almost said Paldea. Paldea. Because it would have been... Oh, sorry. So the gimmick in Sun and Moon is Z moves. Z moves are essentially a super powered up version of standard moves that anybody or any Pokemon can use. It's similar to what Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing Pokemon's like Gigantamax moves are, but more so of a one-time super move that any Pokemon can use. And it's only one Pokemon per battle. It's not like you can have a full team of 6 and each one can use a Z move. Only one Z move can be used per battle. And it's kind of like your trump card. It's kind of like your Kitty Fuda. So let's say going up against like Pikachu's going up against like Charizard, right? Like Charizard hits, like Mega Charizard hits you with some nasty shit and you're about to die and you need to get that. It's not always a free one shot. It's usually like a one shot. It could be a one shot in most cases, but it's really it's an evolution of the whatever move that you used originally. So some Pokemon have very specific special Z moves, but like others will generally have like the generic version of that elemental Z move. And let's say you have something like Swords Dance. If you use like the Normalium Z, which is what they're called, like Normalium Z, like Firenium Z, Waterinium Z, etc., like etc. You can use these to oh yeah, Megalor and Sun and Moon. Yeah. Like Sun and Moon are the only Pokemon games that has 2 regions or more than like its original region's gimmick, which I think is why like a lot of people give a lot of shit, but like they deserve to be an A tier because like they do a lot of shit right. They do a lot of shit right, which is having Z moves, which is the native region's gimmick, and Mega Evolutions. And it's all the Mega Evolutions that was introduced in X and Y and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. But I don't think you get Megas until post game, which is fine. Oh wow, look at that! I'm talking about Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon music came. All right, but anyway, so let's see. Where was I? So like, yeah. Now there's this thing in the game called Mantine Surfing, which was like a seemingly inoffensive mini game that you can use to get battle points. Battle points is so you can get like special like battle related items like Focus Sash and Choice Scarf, stuff like that. And you can redeem it for other stuff too. But a missed opportunity was not using the Mantine Surfing as a way to get to other islands. If not, just straight out, just flat out letting you surf to the other islands. I think that would have been like an amazing addition, yet due to whatever reasons they didn't. Guess who's emulating Sun and Moon? If you don't play it, hey yo, look. I'm not gonna say emulation is the way, but I'm gonna play the game. But I can also like send you some videos on how you can do that. But anyway, yeah, not that I would know. Yeah, so they just kind of like they kind of fumble the bag with some of the shit. And another thing that people kind of rave about, which I don't think was as hype as they gave it credit for, or as people give it credit for, because they had the potential to make it so much better. But I'm not saying that I wish that it wasn't there, is the Rainbow Rocket episode in... Don't worry. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're back? We're back? Okay, alright, we're back. I just had to make sure, because I saw it like buffering and reconnecting. I'm like, oh, what's going on? Alright, so, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon had the Rainbow Rocket episode, and it basically brings all of the, evil team leaders together in a battle where you have to stop them. And it was good. Is it still buffering? Okay, never mind. That's just me. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, it was really cool. I just think that it would have been like better, because like it could have been better if they allowed you to go to the most significant area in regards to the evil team leaders, like original regions. Like, let's say, because in Sun and Moon, you can do this thing where you can go into ultra wormholes and surf through, like, go into different, like, dimensions, universes, and pop out and like battle like different Pokemon. A huge missed opportunity, which would not have taken a lot of extra effort, is just create like the base of each evil team leader, like, and here's what would have been like so fucking cool, so cool, which is why I can't. Why this game pisses me off. They could have made the final like confrontation with these evil team leaders, you going to their base right when they're about to awaken their legendary Pokemon, or no, like right after they awaken their legendary, and you fight them right then and there. So let's say for Team Aqua and Magma, like Archie and Maggie, Archie and Mag, Mag, what, what's the fucking Maxie. I said, oh my god, I was tongue-tied for a second. I want to say Maggie so bad, but I'm like, wait, no, it's not. So, let's say you fight Archie, like, in front of, like right after he uses, like, the blue orb to awaken, Kyogre. And then, like, that's when you fight him, like, in, like, the cave, or in, like, his hideout. And, like, oh, for Giovanni, it's like, well, Giovanni's like different because like he's gonna be like the last one that you fight, even though on paper Giovanni should not be the leader of all the evil team leaders, because he by far is not like the most menacing. That is Getsus. Getsus would be the leader of all of like the evil team, because like that's basically, all right, whatever. Anyway, it just would have been dope if you could have used the ultra wormholes to go into different dimensions, to go to like the evil team leaders' bases and fight them there. That would have been so sick. They didn't do it, and they made the story worse by making Lucamine, like the villain of Sun and Moon, like an anti-hero in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and introducing like the Ultra Recon Squad, and like they hardly do anything, and they hyped up like the fucking Ultra Megalopolis, and it's just one fucking room. It's one room, and you can't even do anything in it. Like, bro, how do you hype up? You made art for this whole. You made promotional art for one room, and you don't even use it. Like, oh my god. Something I didn't talk about is Type Null. I like how Type Null was supposed to be like an Arceus clone, or like an Arceus ripoff, replica, whatever. Anyway, so. I'm so mad because like I can't be biased. I can't be biased in this placement because like I want to put this game in skip, but objectively, even though the story takes a hit and the mechanics are like roughly the same, the Pokemon variety is great. There's a little bit more shit to do. It goes up there. It goes up there. Oh, I don't look. Okay, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But I think objectively, it's an amazing game. Like, because if you were to play both of these, then only one would get A. If you only had to play one, both could get A. But if you like if you were to play one or the other without experiencing the other, both of them would be A's. They would both be amazing. Because it's like the story, even though it takes a huge hit in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, it's still better than everything else that's down here. And it's. I want to put it lower, but like I can't in good faith, because it objectively has good enough content. It has solid content, you have multi battles, which are whatever. Like it has good content. It has good content, even though it has some good content. It has a lot of content, but not all the content is good. Also, even though it has a lot of solid content, the content could be better. It's not the best. Alright. So, I'm going to do this. I think I'll tackle... You said I look like Scrafty? Hey, yo, Scrafty, one of my favorite Pokemon. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Alright. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to do Generation 6 first. Then I'm going to get on to the good shit. Pre-post game. This section deserves 30 minutes. Look. We're gonna go in. We're gonna go in. Okay. Gen 6. I'm just gonna rate it, then I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah, like we're gonna save the best for last. Alright, so I actually don't think that X and Y are terrible games. Oh, you look. Look, I honestly don't know. Like, for me, I think I think I like X and Y a little bit more than Arceus. But like objectively, there's more to do in Sword and Shield. The characters in X and Y are pretty ass. Alright, so look, let me break it down. Pokemon selection easily has my favorite Pokemon of all time being... What? Wait. You put XY above Sword and Shield? I don't know, because like remember, Sword and Shield has a DLC. And like yeah, you do have to pay extra, but it's like the entire experience. If this was just base games, oh no, okay. If this was just base games, yeah, okay. Here, look. I'll put X and Y above Sword and Shield just for the context of just the base game, But are you talking about the anime XYZ? Okay, look. Now, as far as the Pokemon, Generation 6 has one of the smallest like new rosters or like incoming Pokemon, if not the smallest other than Sun and Moon, in the entire franchise. They made up for it somewhat by introducing like 20 or so megas, or like a bunch of megas, which is cool, I guess. Nice. Mega Evolution is the best gimmick in a Pokemon game. That is a subjective kind of sounding like statement, but I think based on like the fan reception as well, I think most people would be obligated to agree. I don't think people like Z-moves more than they like Megas. I don't think people like Dynamaxing and Terrestrial more than they like Megas. Regardless of who you ask, what do you think is the most balanced? I think the majority of people will agree with me and say that Mega Evolutions are and will be the best mechanic or the best gimmick that we've gotten in a mainline Pokemon game. You can further evolve, like Digivolve, like in an older Pokemon that seemingly had one final stage or just one stage, and it gets, like, in most cases, new typing, new ability, new move set, or not new moves, changing stats, and above all else, the design changes. Like, for Charizard, like, one of my, like, Gen 1 fan favorite mons, like, got 2 megas, which that's a lot of Kanto pandering, and this is when the Kanto shit got like aggressive, but it was still optional aggression, and like it was another one of those like you can tell when some games try to like reboot that Kanto feel, because like look, it's fucking red and blue, like X Y red blue Scarlet Violet, like Ruby's, even Ruby and Sapphire red blue, like every so often they try and bring you back to that fucking Gen 1 like nostalgia just to reset. It's stupid. I don't like it. Anyway, so Pokemon W, they got some really cool designs. They also introduced the Fairy type. Fairy type was amazing. They also had the PSS, which was like one of the, like, if not like the best interpretation of the online functionality. It was so seamless, so simple, clean. You have like a little bottom screen where you can just see who's online, see who's nearby, tap on them. Hey, want to battle? Want to trade? Easy, quick, so fast, so freaking fast. Also, this is the game that introduced hyper training, was it hyper training? I don't remember if it was called hyper training, but like the super training, yeah, super training, where you get to play this little mini game to EV train your Pokemon. That in and of itself was like really cool because it cuts out like on, I wouldn't say it makes things necessarily easier, but it makes EV training more fun instead of just like trying to refight like a bunch of the same Pokemon over and over and over again. It actually gives you a incentive to like, it gives you an incentive to like EV train guys very like very randomly, but like when you feel comfortable with doing it and it's not like overwhelming, you get to like, it's easy to count and keep track of everything because they show you like the value of it, which is when they first started doing this, and it's really cool. It's also when they first started to show you like the like what stats, like your IVs, like because other games would tell you when Pokemon had like good IVs and like what their IVs were, but this game physically would show you, which was like really convenient. Story was pretty ass. Team Flare, evil team, they wanted, like, the evil team leader wanted to make the world more beautiful, and I guess he wanted to do that by nuking everybody? Okay, using the ultimate weapon. And here's what's kind of fucked up about X and Y story. So, despite the story being ass and the plot being ass, the lore was some of the best lore in the damn franchise. Like, bro, a king who was who's forced to be in a war, or like whose partner Pokemon was forced to be in a war that he didn't even want to be a part of, like caused massive turmoil. Like there was for 3,000 years ago, like a massive war happened, and like all these like Pokemon were like going to bat and people, and it was like terrible. It was ugly. And then this dude's partner Pokemon got sent to that war and died in that war. And because of the man's like how grief-stricken he was, he hated it. Like he lost his partner, he lost his best friend. He created the ultimate weapon in an attempt to bring his deceased Pokemon back to life, but at the cost of the lives of many other Pokemon. And so upon seeing that his master, like his best friend, like came back, like when the Floette came back, he saw that like the king killed, like used a bunch of Pokemon's lives for this, and didn't think that was right, and he left him. So unable to fill the void that was left by like getting what he wanted, like, and also ending the war for like by using the ultimate weapon and creating like Mega Evolution energy, essentially. He became immortal, and he started like traveling the world, like trying to find himself and like figure out like what he did wrong, and like how to better himself, and like maybe find his partner again. That lore is fucking solid. That shit was good. Why is the descendant of this king, which again they copied a lot of shit from Black and White, because they have like the main person of the evil team, even though like AZ isn't technically a part of the evil team, his name is AZ, letters, and he's the king. Like, just like N, who's the king in his game. Like, dude, like you see how it starts to come apart, like Black and White 2 were peak, and everything they came out after was like trash because they tried to imitate it. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, the lore for X and Y was so good, but then they executed the story and the plot so poorly, and also in introducing the Pokemon of like life and death, like. You could have done so much more with that. There could have been some plot there with like the king and the bringing shit back, like, dude. And then like not even having a Pokemon Z. We didn't even get Pokemon Z. Like we had to get all the Zygarde shit in Sun and Moon, which like that was like fucking weird and crazy. Oh, also we get Ash Greninja in this game. So actually no, I should put I'll just play it. But yeah, I forgot this game gets Ash Greninja. Peak. So fucking good. Anyway, but yeah, dude, Lysander, he's a fucking dickhead. He's a dickhead. Team Flare, a bunch of idiots. How do you go from having like the best evil team, like story wise, in Team Plasma, to going to a bunch of bambling buffoons who doesn't even know how to like do anything? Also, the region of Kalos. The region of Kalos was fun. Oh, I also didn't talk about Alola. Alola was like it has a nice region. It felt cool, comfy, but not my personal favorite. Kalos, the Kalos region was cool. It was fun to explore like the first time, and it was cool. Like the roller skates were cool. I like that you can learn how to do tricks and shit. That was like dope. The Kalos region, very pretty region, and I didn't hate the art style. I think that even though it was the first time that we went 3D, they did a pretty solid job in getting like the world down. I just think that it could have been a little bit more open. I don't know. I just wish there was a little bit more to do. But I digress. There's no post game. I mean, there's like the looker stuff with the girl. I forget her name, but yeah, it was By the way, like the post games in Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, like they weren't like phenomenal either, but they were okay. They were solid. Better than these games though. Yeah. And so Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. So Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, I feel like they're like the follow-up games to X and Y, because they pretty much they help expand the stories or like the lore introduced in X and Y, and I feel like X and Y was more so of like not of a prequel, but like something to help flesh out the revised story for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. The region of Hoenn looks incredible in 3D. They really did it justice. Like it looks really good. I really like how the art style for these games. I like it quite a lot. Like X and Y, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, I think they had a really cute and aesthetic art style. It's not my personal favorite art style, but it is up there, like especially in regards to 3D. It's definitely like one of the better looking 3D games. Region was great. I'd say that it's not as good as a game as Emerald, because like there's technically more content in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but wait, uses fuse to attach machine gun to tank. Wait, do you disagree? Do you disagree with like Omega Ruby being better than X and Y? Because I think that this is a pretty valid argument. And like you get more megas in this game, you get access to like the old megas and the new megas, because like you don't even get all the megas in X and Y. Oh, oh, don't worry. Like I think you're gonna be pleasantly agreeable. Wait, you're gonna. It's late. I'm kind of tired. It's like 2 a.m. by the time I'm like recording this right now or streaming this. Whoever's watching, whenever you're gonna watch. I've been streaming for like 3 hours? Almost four. But no worries. So, yeah, like I like the new inclusions. I like the revision of the story with Zinnia and like making the Pokemon multiverse canon. I like it. Poke Radar is cool. Like the new updated music's fired. Like I've always enjoyed Generation 3's music. Like that shit's really dope. The Delta episode, I think a lot of people hype it up quite a lot. More, I think that it's good. I'd say like the Delta episode is like a 7. It's cool that you get to go through all like the stuff with Zinnia. Like the lore was great. The mechanics, or sorry, not mechanics. Oh wait, before I like forget about this, I love soaring. Soaring in this game is so dope. I really like that was a thing. You get to fly up on your Mega Latios or Mega Latias and just go anywhere in the region. Like, that's how fly should be. And I don't hear enough people talking about how good this mechanic and feature is. I think it's freaking amazing. We need to bring it back. Bring it back, please. Please. This shit's so fucking good. Let's see what else. Yeah, Delta episode. I thought it was pretty solid. Just like not as crazy as people like are hyping it up for. It could, like, okay. I think that like them making the majority of the Delta episode just like a fetch quest and you going to get, it's like this seems like the common trend. They'll have like a bunch of fillery seeming content lead up to something that is just barely good enough to justify it being there, but not good enough to justify what you had to do to get there. Which is how I feel about the entirety of the plot of Scarlet and Violet. And like, yeah, but anyway, yeah, so Delta episode was good. Whoa. Put that back up there. It was good. It was a good time. Like, the post game was fine, even though they didn't have like the Battle Frontier, which there's other things that these future games could have had, which I'm going to talk about very, very, very soon. Because like everyone gets so like bent out of shape about the Battle Frontier, but it's like, dude, each region could have its own type of like unique battle facility, and that just be it. Like it doesn't have to be the same thing rehashed in every single generation. Just give us something different. Give us something unique. But all right, yeah, that's my Gen 3. All right, so Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. They are not. Huh? No way. They did. Wait. They did what? They trademarked what? I feel like this is cap. Oh, I gotta look this up. I feel like you're fucking with me. Okay. Well, I'm like, dude, no way. I have my opinions about a remake. Dude, we need to get like a new console. I don't want any more Pokemon games on the Switch. I do not want any more Pokemon games on the Switch. I want there to be a new gen console, and then they make a new game. But speaking of, so look, I don't hype up Heart Gold Soul Silver as much as I used to, but objectively, it is one of the best video games that I've played, and one of the best experiences you can have in a Pokemon game. Imagine they released Black and White remake and then 2 months later announced a new console. I'd I'd riot. I'd riot. I'd riot. So here's where we start to. Here's where we're gonna start to like change some of the ordering for stuff. Actually, no. We're just gonna keep it like this for now. All right. So, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I'm not going to like over preach about this because I think that like most people like know why these games are good, but here's the thing, Gio. They're saucy. They ain't that saucy. Yo, I gotta bring it down. No, I gotta bring it down. All right, wait. I'm just gonna talk shit. I'm gonna keep like bouncing them between these two, just because I want people to understand why these games are like phenomenal, but like why they stand to be video games that anyone could play. I think that as far as like a video game goes, these are some of the prettiest sprite-based games, especially for the era that they were made. Aesthetically speaking, these games, beautiful. A ridiculous amount of attention to detail that I like for its time. Even now, like I don't think too many games like put in this much effort, this much content, this much detail. Now, I'm not going to talk about the story. I'm not going to talk about the Pokemon because like the story's ass, the Pokemon selection is pretty ass because like it's the same as like before. But what I will talk about is the things that make this game stand out. The graphics. Some of the they're tied. They're tied with for being some of the best looking Pokemon games that we've ever gotten. Period. The music, phenomenal. The characters and the expansion of the lore and the story is actually really fun. Because when you think about how there were so many limitations for Crystal, Gold, and Silver, and OG Kanto up until Fire Red and Leaf Green, the amount of stuff that they were able to put into this game, it's astounding. They overhauled the Pokegear feature. You can now like call and have rematches with gym leaders and like call like more characters in general than I think you could before. There's a Pokathlon. The Pokathlon is one of the most fun. The Pokathlon is one of the most fun additions and side things, just like pieces. Like it's one of the most fun side things to do in a Pokemon game. It's a facility where you get to do Olympic Games in like a variety of categories with any and all of your Pokemon, and it's so fun. Like I absolutely destroyed my bottom screen on my DS when I first got Heart Gold, Soul Silver because there was so much tapping, so much circles from like Ranger and this, so much like swiping. Like dude, it was fun. It was a phenomenal time. You can't go wrong with any of like the shit in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. They also had the Battle Frontier, the same Battle Frontier as in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Sorry, Platinum. Man, let's see what else. Pokemon follow you around. It was like the second time that we've gotten that in a Pokemon game, like where it's for the entire game and not just like for a little bit in like Amity Square in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, which like that was kind of like a little foreshadowing that we were gonna get that, which I thought was pretty cool. Let's see what else. What else? Like I mean, they did add like they overhauled the Safari Zone. That was like really cool. Like it's hard for me to think of things that just haven't been said already. it's tough. Like I'm trying to think of like other things that are like super standout. They included so many new legendary Pokemon from like previous games, like the Generation 4 mons. They added the Gen 3 legendaries like Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza. You're also able to get Latios, Latias. Like you can get multiple sets of starters. You can get like the Hoenn starters and the Sinnoh starters once you complete your decks and doing some other shit. Like the refight with Red. Oh yeah, this is what I want to talk about. When these games got announced, I didn't know. Look, when I first played Generation 2, I did not know you can fight Red. I didn't know that until Heart Gold, Soul Silver, like years later. I was like, bro, what? So, dude, before the game came out, I had watched so many videos of people going through Mount Silver to fight Red that I had memorized the entire route and how to get to Red on Mount Silver before I even got the game. So by the time that I beat Heart Gold, Soul Silver and got to the post game, ran through Kanto, did all that shit, and then went to Mount Silver, I knew exactly how to get there. And it was one of my favorite moments in Pokemon. In all of Pokemon. One of my favorite moments was walking up that fucking snowy mountain peak with my Typhlosion by my side. And I stopped. I stopped before like the person that was up ahead got into view. And I turned to my side and I talked to my Typhlosion. And then it says like, oh, like Typhlosion feels like an intense presence or something like that. And it nods with affirmation like, dude. And you walk forward. You talk to Red. Drops the ellipses. One of the greatest moments in a Pokemon game. Leroy? Liu? I don't know how to pronounce that name. But yeah, basically, they're amazing games. Content. Johto is beautiful. It has like some of the best like lore. The Burn Tower lore, all that shit's like so good. Like the openness of the game, like the Pokewalker, that shit's fun. Like, dude, I got my fucking Pokewalker right here. Like, it's right here. I need new batteries for it, but I have it. It's right here. Like, amazing. And we already know. Whoops. We already know. Next are these bad boys. I have like a decent amount of Pokemon merch. Not as much as you would think, but I have some merch. Alright. So for the final game in the tier list. So for the final games in the tier list. I don't want to make this too long because I actually am going to make a video just solely on why I think that Black and White and Black and White 2 is amazing. What did you never explain? Wait, why do you hate Black White 2? Wait, 1, 2? 2? Alright, so Black White 2 slander because Kieran's ugly. Alright, so for this I gotta put on just Gen 5 music. I just gotta put on Gen 5 music. Whoops, that's not how you spell that. Alright. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna try and make this less than 15 minutes so I can hurry up and end this and get to sleep because it's already 2 a.m. I'm hungry. I want to make some food, and I also have a double tomorrow. All right, so Generation 5 came out when I was a committed Pokemon fan. I had Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Platinum, Diamond, and I was already like playing like other types of RPGs. I was not gonna lie. I will. Okay, we're back. Come on, stream. All right. So there we go. Let's hope that it doesn't do that again. All right. So when Pokemon Platinum came out, and they literally introduced the technical difficulties. Don't worry, I didn't like say anything too crazy. While like when Gen 4, if this shit keeps freezing, this is actually wild. Okay, I'll try to make this quick. The spirits are watching. Yeah, dude. Like everybody is getting hyped because I'm talking about black and white now. All right, I'll try and make this quick. Long story short, I didn't know what could come next, and then when the first trailer that came out for this game showed that it was like it said start from a new beginning, I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Like, what do you mean start from a new beginning? And I had no strict expectations of how this game was going to be, and holy fuck, this game is the best. These are the best Pokemon games in the entire franchise. There's no exaggeration. People tend to say that the story is overrated, and that like the most overrated aspect of these games is the stories. And you know what I have to say to that? I disagree strongly. It's not even just for a Pokemon story. It's just a good story in general. Now, I'm not saying that this game is peak fiction. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Like, this isn't ReZero. This isn't Attack on Titan. Like, it's not the best story ever told. It never was. But what the story does and like how far it goes, it's phenomenal. Has the best rivals, the best story, the best OST, best soundtrack, and like, look, you can say that the music is subjective. I disagree with this one. The majority of songs from Black and White and the majority of Gen 5 songs will get replayed by more people on average than any other generation on average. I'm not going to say that that's like a hard fact, because it's not. I have no evidence of this. But when it comes to the OSTs that are the most talked about, most replayed to this day, no one disses the Gen 5 soundtrack. Also, dude, the gyms, amazing. The best gyms in the franchise. Easily. Designs and everything. The most fleshed out characters in the entire franchise. The gym leaders in these games have more story and personality and development than the majority of the main characters from games that have come out after this. Let that sink in. That's crazy. The fucking like Gio says. Okay, like you said, the 2.5D / like 3D. Oh, it is the best the games have ever looked. It's the best the games have ever looked. Like the Pokédex, people say that like, oh, introducing so many new Pokemon, like, oh man, like a lot of them were kind of trash. Oh, blah blah blah. Like, oh, we don't get to use old Pokemon. Why would you want to constantly play a new Pokemon game and only use the same Pokemon every single time that you play the game? If that's how you want to play, sure, that's fine. That's you. Do you. But why experience a new game if you're just going to use the same Pokemon? If you don't care about the story, if you don't care about the gameplay that much, you don't care about anything but the Pokemon, just play the old game. Play the games that have the Pokemon that you want in it. The story is definitely intense. It's the only time, like in a Pokemon game, that I was so invested in every character and the story. Bro, dude, talk about linear. Like, it's the most streamlined game, sure, but like, it's the most fast paced. It has the best pacing of a Pokemon game. You start off the game like the fucking opening in it, like cinematic, is a damn movie. Bro, huh? What? Dude, in the first 5 minutes of playing the game, you already have not one, but 2 rival battles. You get your Pokédex, not even like 10 minutes later, you're already on Route 1 catching new Pokemon by like 20 minutes into the game. If this were Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield, like you'd be playing like Legends Arceus, you'd be playing the game for a fat minute before you even get to see a Pokeball. Bro. Dude. The rivals, Cheren and Bianca, some of the best written and most relatably fleshed out characters that we have. And it's not saying that like that they're some crazy, super nuanced, like hyper specific, like it's like, dude, they're relatable characters. They're relatable characters that are done very well. Also in relation to the plot, it's like that you take 2 characters whose personalities and ideals, values, morals, you can understand and it. They make sense on a fundamental level, and then you add the Pokemon plot to it and see how the story affects them and how it changes them. These characters grow over the course of the story, which I cannot say is the same for damn near any other like character in these games, like to this degree. And then N, don't talk about N, the best fucking character in the entire franchise. This motherfucker's goated, dude. He's goated. He's the best character, easy. Dude, if people didn't simp for Cynthia, N would be the most popular, like, I feel like N is the, dude, N would be the most popular character. He's a daddy. This motherfucker's handsome. He's an attractive man. He has, like, a cool design. Like, bro. Okay, let's talk about N. Let's talk about N for a little bit. Actually, no. I'm not going to make this, like, super, super long. Triple battles, rotation battles, right. Triple battles were actually fun. Dude, the animated sprites, the constantly moving animated sprites for Pokemon. Dude, people had their, like, and I know this wasn't like the, actually, wait, no. I think this may have been the, no, this wasn't the introduction of it, but this is when it was the most prominent. Whenever an important character would enter the scene, they'd have their own music. They'd have their own theme music, which I know this isn't the first time this has been done, but this is the most prevalent that it's been used. Also, all of those important characters, which are Cheren, Bianca, and N, the most important characters to the trainer, had very, very nice animations in battle. Like, also, like this is like when like Pokemon was in its bag. They were trying to like make everybody more expressive, and so like Cheren, he would like put his hand on his hip and like tap his like little leg, and like Bianca, she would like take her little hat and fix it. Like fucking N, he would shake his head, like, and all of this is like, oh, it's so good. Like Cheren tapping his foot to show like how impatient he can be. Like Bianca, like having like her little, like, even though she's kind of like rambunctious and flighty and like super kind of bubbly, she's like still kind of like, she's a little girly girl. She's cute, and like sometimes when she gets embarrassed, she just like puts her little hat down. And then N, like the whole like idea of him like fighting against his like truths and ideals and like the like yeah sure I name dropped it whatever like and like seeing that things aren't black and white, his disagreement with like and like changing and varying perspectives and viewpoints, that's expressed in just his little simple animation that they give him of just a head nod. That's it, dude. Black and white. Like I didn't even talk about the mechanics. Like this is when everything was just at its peak. Like they added hidden abilities. Hidden abilities are fucking amazing. They're like just extra abilities that Pokemon can get, even though it was locked behind like the Dream World, which I actually, dude, I used Dream World so much when that game was like new, like when it was still up and running. The events, oh yeah, like let's talk about the fucking legendaries. All of the legendary Pokemon and mythical Pokemon were in some way, shape, or form related to and or a part of the story and the lore. You know, I'm not gonna go into it, but like fucking, we had Victini, like one of the coolest, like the cutest looking mythical Pokemon. We had Genesect, which is essentially like a fucking Echo fighter of Mewtwo. And yeah, sure, some of the Pokemon in the decks were Echo fighters of like the Gen 1 mons, but what you fail to realize is that, or what a lot of people, sorry, not you specifically, but what people fail to realize when they try to critique the Pokédex for Gen 5 is the entire Pokédex, barring like a few mons, are supposed to be echoes of everything that's come before it. Like, why do you think we got a Alomomola? Alomomola is like a Echo Fighter of Lovedis, but like better, supposed to be like updated. Like, we got Conkeldurr, which is like similar in a lot of ways to Machamp, but like also it's better. It's like more updated. Like Gen 5, what a lot of people don't like take into consideration is that Gen 5 was the culmination of every Pokemon game that we've gotten before put into one. Why do you think the story being about like Pokemon being abused and mistreated and oppressed, and or just like humans mistreating them, why do you think this was like the most fitting story for the Pokemon game that wraps everything up? Every Pokemon game before involved or incorporated the misuse, mistreatment, and misconduct and abuse of Pokemon. Not saying that like the main characters did it per se, but like the games were all revolving around how Pokemon were being abused or misused. That's the point. And that's what makes the story for Black and White even better, because dude, every game that fucking came before and after it goes back to how people misuse and mistreat Pokemon. This was the game that tried to shed some light on that. And sure, it may not have like the most clear and concise like resolution in regards to how you think about and how you view the relationship between Pokemon and people, but that's the point. The whole thing that N was trying to like figure out, what he was trying to like, or what he eventually found out, was that like, and which is one of the messages of Pokemon Black and White, is unity through diversity. It's not by rejecting different ideas, but it's by accepting different ideas and different ways of thinking that the world will make a chemical reaction and people will grow, things will get better, people will change, things will change. And it's how we can achieve like the most ideal world. Like, dude, you can't, the story is cracked. It's so cracked. Like, it's good. It's amazing. Like, people don't understand, like, oh yeah, sure, it's good for a Pokemon game, I guess, but like, you're not looking at the big picture. And like, I'm not trying to be that guy who says that like, oh, you're not smart enough to understand like the nuance. Like, dude, this game has philosophical discussions, like societal discussions, fucking like talks about slavery, oppression. Like, it really goes to show how much they were in their damn bag in these games. They were in their bag when these games came out. Bro, come on. Dude, the story alone, like, I'm not gonna go too much into like Black and White 1, but It easily has the best climax of any Pokemon game, and I'd argue it has one of the most epic climaxes of any video game I've ever fucking played. The person that you meet, you said you're ordering edibles. You should get sour berry, orange soda gummies. That sounds interesting. Maybe berry. But dude, so the ending of this game is probably and likely my favorite climax to any game that I've ever played, and probably and likely my favorite climax to a story that I've consumed in general. Am I saying that this is the best story ever told? No. Am I saying that this is peak fiction? Absolutely the fuck no. No. Nowhere close. But for me, this is the most epic anime story that does what you expect but also does what you don't expect. It defies your expectations and it goes against it. Dude, they took the twist of the original games while having your rival, your best friend, the rival character from from Red and Blue, and then having the twist of him becoming the champion. They put that twist in this game but made that shit make sense. Oh, okay, shit. Thanks. But yeah, so you talk to N. You meet N in the beginning of the game. You go through all of this stuff. You find out like what's going on with the plot. Team Plasma, like they're like bad guy, or like they're bad guys, and like they're like trying to like liberate Pokemon from people. And it's like it's a sound argument. Like if we're just looking at like the argument in and of itself, just by itself, dude. What happened in Gen 1? We had Team Rocket killing motherfucking Pokemon. We had them like abusing them, misusing them. Like Team Rocket was doing everything. Then Gen 2, Team Rocket was like still cutting off Slowpoke tails, selling them, misusing Pokemon, forcing Pokemon to evolve like in nature, like with the radio waves. Like that's how we got the Red Gyarados like to happen. Like all this stuff. Like, and this is just from Team Rocket. This is just from like one evil team syndicate, which it takes like the bond between like humans and Pokemon to like help stop it. But it's like you're solving a problem that was caused by like the thing that you use to solve it. It creates a paradox. So it's like, how do we figure out how to end this? Like, how do we end this suffering? You go into Generation 3, where the Pokemon weren't being abused, mistreated so much as they were just being used as tools for the like to get what the bad guys wanted, expanding the land or expanding the sea. In Generation 4, Team Galactic quite literally forces the Creation Trio to bend to his knee, to bend to his will. He like they showed when he got like the creation, or sorry, the Lake Trio, and he was crafting the red chain. Like he used them and like was extracting the little fucking jewels from their fucking foreheads, and these dudes were like in pain. Like it showed Pokemon being disgruntled, in pain, like being abused physically, mistreated. Like people miss this shit. How do you say that Pokemon's like version of PETA, Team Plasma, like seemingly makes like a surface level good argument when the other games are like the evidence that this shit actually happens? Just because it's not being seen everywhere, like in every situation, in every moment of every game, doesn't mean that it's not happening. That's why it makes that like the whole concept of N. This dude is literally a psychic. He can see the future. Like I know they for the most part kind of they pseudo retconned it, but even though the dialogue is still in the game, this dude has visions, psychic visions of what's going to happen in the future. And he's like, yo, like, quote it. Every so often he'll say like, "Oh, the future I see, if the future I see is correct, you're gonna awaken, you're gonna find the other stone, you're gonna awaken the legendary, and you'll meet me at the top." Like if the future I see is like real, then like Pokemon and people will be separated, and it's like that's the reality that was gonna happen. And based on everything that he's seen, yeah, dude, he has every right to feel the way he does. Yeah, Gets is like a lying, manipulative piece of shit, which makes it even better because N is such a well-written, well-described, like, and still got whooped. he did, but like, he's such an amazing, tragic hero. Because he thought he was the hero. He didn't think that anything he was doing was wrong. Even him catching, or not even catching, using Pokemon, like, he would only, like, do that just because he felt like it would be needed in the near future. And because he communicates with them, it's not even the same as us capturing them. We capture them and then develop and form a bond with these Pokemon. And he makes and develops a bond with them first, and then they join him. Like, yeah, sure, like, it was like a slight detail that they could have like changed, but like in regards to like when he would battle us, he would use Pokeballs, which are the things that he said that he hated. But like it's like the same energy as him needing to battle in order to like become the strongest, so people can listen. The lore is amazing, immaculate, the mechanics are great. Like it, bro. You find out that this random boy, this random teenager that you meet, like, early in the game, in the beginning of the game, this random kid is the leader of the evil team of the game. Not only that, like, he's their king. He is not just, like, their leader, he is their king. Their king. And then you later start to get more lore and like exposition dumps and shit, and you get to know like, hey, the founding of the region, like, oh, the region was founded from like a hero, like when there was a man who came to what was essentially like a bunch of territories that were always at war and fighting, constant strife, constant war. There was like lots of shit going on, and this dude, like, with this like omnipotent feeling dragon, like, made all these people come together, and then they hailed this person as their king. And when they had this man as their king, this king ruled with his dragon, and it unified this land, and they made it known as Unova. And years later, like, he had kids, like two sons, two twins, and once he like gave them the dragon, they got into a dispute. The two dragons, or like the two kings, the dragon didn't know which side to take, whether it be truth or ideals. So then the dragon split, making the dichotomy of like, hey, these two opposing forces that are equal, but like technically can't exist without having the other one. And so that they stopped fighting. Then they have kids. Then their kids start to fight. But this time the fight doesn't stop. And it goes on for so long that the dragons get turned to stone because like they run out of energy to fight. And then 1,000 years later, like years later, generations later, the story of the game is the retelling of that fight, but like in the modern day, but with two heroes who they're both in the same way. They're not wrong. They're both right. But like maybe you have to like see the different sides of the same coin to understand like the argument, which is what N had to do. Like, dude, it's the best. It's the best story. It's the best story. It's a great story. It's a great story. Phenomenal story. It is an amazing video game story. Even though it's not like some Final Fantasy level like writing. It's not like, it doesn't have to be. Sometimes doing the simple stuff well is all you need. And at the end of the fucking game, when this man tells you like, hey, I'm going to become the new hero, I'm going to defeat the champion, the person that we regard as the strongest person in our country, he makes a declaration that he's going to defeat him and become the new hero, the king. And he fucking does it. How many times have like the champion got involved with the story of the game? Up until recently, not that often. And then in this game, not only is the champion involved, but like, he gets defeated by the evil team leader. Bro, what? He gets defeated by the evil team leader. end stands on top of the Pokemon League, and he's like, yo, I've won. Like, not only did he befriend the legendary dragon of legend and become the hero, he beats the champion. This motherfucker's the main character. He's him. Literally. And then he gets his castle. You have the most epic battle. Hero to hero. On the fucking throne room of his castle. And then after you beat him and he understands that, like, he may not have been wrong, but it's not that he wasn't right or whatever, like, that maybe, like, there are different ways to look at this. Getsus comes and does, like, the whole anime villain thing and, like, oh, I'm the real bad guy, but, like, here, let me get rid of you, so, because you know the truth. That shit's menacing! Dude, he actually, like, had his intentions to kill the player character. After you beat him, you have the most heartfelt speech with N. He tells you to pursue your fucking dreams, which anyone, no matter where you are in life, no matter what you've done, anyone can take that sentiment to heart. And then he leaves. And then the sequels happen. I don't even think I have enough time to talk about all this shit in the same way that I want to. Dude. I'm just gonna expedite this. Black and White 2, the first direct sequels of a Pokemon game, new protagonists, new rivals. The rival is amazing, better than Arven. Arven's ass. Hugh is a way better rival than Arven. Arven has a booty butt cheeks ambition goals compared to, like, what Hugh did in the long run. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you want to say, like, Arven wanting to, like, bring his Pokemon, like, back to full health. Yeah, sure. That's great. Cool. But Hugh wanting to go out and, like, get it, like, find his missing, his little sister's missing, or sorry, stolen Purloin, stolen Pokemon that was caused by the events of the first game. First of all, that's continuity. That's fucking amazing. It's dope. But also, he's not just like a dick. He's a dickhead sometimes, but he's someone who cares about his friends. He cares about his family. And, like, first of all, the Purloin is from his late parent, grandparent. Like, dude, that was, like, the last thing that they left for his sister. And people give him shit saying, like, oh, he's doing all this for a Purloin. Motherfucker, if your pet went missing, or someone, and it got stolen, and you know someone stole it, would you not do what you could to get it back? Oh, if your dog gets sick, if your pet gets sick, oh, you just take it to the vet. That's something that can just be done easily. Like, sure, finances may be a thing depending on how expensive it is, but for the most part, you look at trying to like solve these two situations IRL. People are like so sympathetic. All right, sorry, I had that Gen 5 shit. I had that end music was playing. Got a little cereal. But anyway, so IRL, if your pet gets sick, take it to the fucking vet. You can get it fixed. Fine. Whoop-de-doo. If your pet gets missing, you're gonna be much more distraught. Because, like, yeah, sure, you have the potential to lose your pet if they're sick. Like, yeah, they could die. Like, the worst comes to worst, they can die. Which is what Arven had, he had to deal with. He could have lost his Mabostiff, but he didn't. But also, Hugh, he had to deal with the fact that he couldn't just get those answers. There wasn't, like, a clear-cut way for him to fix it. Like, his animal, like, that he was trying to get back was stolen from him when he was weak and powerless. And it makes sense why he wants to become stronger and why he wants a buddy, a partner, a rival to be able to depend on. More so than just like, hey, it's like your best friend. He wants a rival, someone to keep him sharp. That's what a rival is. Someone to challenge you, like, as equals. Because he wants to have someone who'd be able to back him up for when he resolves his crisis, his conflict. People talk so much shit about Hugh. He's one of the best rivals. And like objectively, and his motivations are way better than what everyone gives him credit for, and like what damn near everybody else's like motivations are. Like damn near no other rivals actually has any real motivations, dude. Plus, he was a badass. He punches, he beats up some Team Plasma members. Like yo, there's a scene where like I think it's in Nimbasa, where like you run into some Team Plasma thugs and he runs up and he hits one of them in the fucking face. Like and like the dude's like, ow, like bro, you hit me? Yeah, like yo, he was like, run him, dude. Oh my god, like yo, Black and White 2. Black and White 2. One of the best regional dexes, one of the largest regional dexes, like one of the best aesthetics. Like they added like the Pokestar Studios, one of the best side features in a Pokemon game. I love Pokestar Studios. It's fucking Pokemon battle puzzles. You get to make movies. You get to make movies and like watch them. And there's different genres. And it's like you get to. This is the first time that your protagonist was able to wear so many different types of clothing outside of like in Gen 3 and 4 when like you dress up for like, actually I think it's only Gen 4 when you were able to dress up for the contest. You only wore a suit. But in this, you get to see your character's emote. By the way, your character actually has like a fucking life and a personality. Like, dude, this game canonizes, if that's a word, basically all of the side features in the game. It makes everything canon. Like, bro, the Pokestar Studio, you're forced to do that in the main game. So because you can do it anytime, it's basically implied that once you make all the movies, since you get like a star for it, that you become a movie star at the end of the game. Like when you're, oh wait, I'm not gonna talk about that yet. But anyway, PWT, that's the next thing I'll talk about. It's better than the Battle Frontier. It's the best battle facility in any Pokemon game to date, and that we'll ever get. It is the best one. We will never get anything better unless they redo that, but keep adding like the gym leaders, like more gym leaders, Elite Four, champions. Like dude, in my okay, this is my take. Feel free to disagree. The protagonists of Pokemon Black 2 and Pokemon White 2 are the most accomplished and the strongest protagonists in the entire franchise. Why? Two reasons. One, the post game is canon. Two, the PWT. That's it. What other games is any of the other protagonists able to box every gym leader, every champion, up until that point? I'll wait. Oh wait, yeah, because there is none. I don't need to wait. Anyway, and like the post game, that's when you get your dragon from. And by the way, you get oh my god, the story is so anime too. You have a tournament arc. You have a fucking tournament arc in this game. Like Sharon and Bianca come back. Like they're 2 years older. Bianca's like the professor's assistant now. She finally knows what she wants to do. Charon, he like figured out what he wants to do with his strength. He wants to like protect those like that are close to him. He wants to like usher in a new like era where like people who don't have the same guidance that he was able to get later in the game gets that guidance. Like he becomes a teacher, and he also helps you throughout the game. Like yeah, he's there with you and Hugh. He's helping you along the story, just like he did like in the first game. Like dude, yeah, people get older. Like dude, Black and White 2 is cracked. It's crazy, bro. What the fuck, dude? The story is actually really good. Like I know in a vacuum people say like, oh yeah, Black and White like 1 had a better story, Black and White 2 has better gameplay. No, they're together. Like you can't have Black 2 without Black 1. Yeah, sure, the story may be a lot like more hectic and like the pacing is really insane in Black and White 1, but like Black and White 2, like the pacing and the story is so fucking good too. It is like the epitome of what I think a sequel should be. Don't even get me started about the memory link. Alright. Look. These are without a doubt. And there's shit that I'm not even gonna be able to talk about. Like shit, there's Pokestar Studios, there's like Black Tower, White Tree Hollow, you get to fight Benga, you get to fight Alder's grandson. Like who where the fuck was he at during the first game? Bro, like he's strong as shit. Iris, new champion, she's fucking amazing. Like some of the best sprite work we've got. Like it's the first and only time that we've gotten full body sprite work for characters in a Pokemon game. It's probably gonna be the last. Jeez, man, dude, like, they got voice acting in the game, like Roxy's gym, Elisa's gym, redesigns. Like, the gyms are the best looking gyms in the entire franchise. Like, there's too much for me to say. So I'll leave everything else to when I make a video about this for a later date. But okay. So here's how I'm gonna rearrange this. Alright, let's see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like, the only person who's currently doing a walkthrough for Black and White 2 is Chugga Conroy, and at the pace that he's going, it's probably going to take a pretty fucking long time, because he's like really thorough, and I love his content. Like, I doubt he'll watch this, but like, if he somehow sees this clip or whatever, Chugga Conroy, you're fucking amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. Love your videos. You make good shit. Good, great, nice. Dude, sometimes like I'll play like his like Black and White playthrough or Platinum playthrough or Emerald playthrough like let's play like on just like on autoplay like while I sleep, because like it's just I just like that type of stuff. But anyway, actually no, I'm not gonna put that in S tier. Do I think Omega Ruby is better than Fire Relief Green? Yeah, a little bit. It's Paper Mario walkthrough. Ooh, I want to watch that. Yeah, like I've been watching Chugga Conroy for a bit. Like he just has like timeless content. Like I enjoy it. But okay, so Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2 duology, like the Gen 5 duology, are one of the most complete video game experiences I've had in my entire life. These are my final thoughts. Like, if I were to recommend a video game, like an RPG, for any, if someone asked me like, hey, what's a good game, what's a good RPG to play, I would recommend them Pokemon Black White and Black 2 White 2. After that, I would recommend Heart Gold Soul Silver. Now, these games hit for me the way that they did because I've been a fan of Pokemon since the very beginning. I've played every game in order. Basically 100, like not 100% of them, but like hundreds of hours in each game. These are the absolute peak and pinnacle of the Pokemon franchise. They set the bar so damn high with these games. It was unfair. The shit that they put too much love into these games. And I'm so glad that I was born in a timeline where I was able to experience these games. Because quite honestly, I do not think that I'd think about video games the same way if not for these games. Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, some of the quintessential experiences in Pokemon. They are must experiences. Some of the best Pokemon games ever made. Pokemon Platinum, one of the best Pokemon games to really get the Pokemon experience. If you want like the general, hey, like the generic Pokemon like experience, but like with a little bit there you go. May not be for like every video game player like out there, but like if you like Pokemon, you'll like Platinum. Timeline where Shaq is a Lego player. Oh, a Lego YouTuber? Yeah. Oh, look. Hey, we gotta turn this shit up. Yeah. Speaking of Hugh, his battle theme fucking slaps. And he's so badass. He looks so cool. Look at him. All right, Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, amazing. Like they had really good stories, solid gameplay, fun Pokemon variety, really dope. I'd recommend them. I'd recommend anything in A. Emerald, great games. Would recommend like Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. Not as good as Emerald because they don't have as much content, but they do have really solid content. Fire Red, Leaf Green, great games. Like amazing, neat to play. The definitive way to play Gen 1. Oh, my stomach's feeling weird. X and Y, okay. Like they're harmless. You can play them. Sword and Shield, a little bit not as harmless, but like I have my gripes. Legends Arceus, you're taking steps in a direction that are great, but like you're taking steps backwards too. Ruby and Sapphire, solid experience. Still, Crystal, one of the best experiences for like older games. Scarlet and Violet, huge disappointment. Like did some stuff okay, other things they did poorly. Diamond and Pearl, BDSP, nah. Gen 2, OG Gen 2, just play Crystal. Actually, no, just play Heart Gold Soul Silver. Let's go Pikachu to Eevee. If you like Pokemon Go, sure. But if you like Pokemon, maybe not. Diamond Pearl, no. You can play Platinum. Gen 1, nah. And haven't played these two. Whoa! Alright. This has been your boy Shaq, aka Black Goku. This is gonna be the end of the stream. Almost fucking 5 hours. I hope you enjoyed, and I will make a like super cut of this, so it's not like a bunch of just me talking shit for like super long. It'll probably still be kind of long, but I digress. It's late. I gotta go. Hope you guys had a good one, and